What's that? Well, people do need to know who is here. And Bonjour. Oh, that's awfully loud. Bonjour, Sego, Ani, Kwe, Danseto. Welcome everybody to the Future of First Nations Broadcasting today. I apologize for the delay. We had a little change in schedule today. I'm here to firstly acknowledge our gratitude to I'd like to acknowledge our gratitude to the Algonquin Anishinaabe people on whose territorial lands we are holding this gathering. And I would like to introduce our esteemed panel for this morning. These will be introduced out of order. First we have Heather Hudson from First Mile Connectivity Consortium. Dr. Heather E. Hudson is a professor of communication policy at the Institute of Social and Economic Research at the University of Alaska in Anchorage. She is a dual Canadian and US citizen. Her research focuses on applications of information and communication technologies for socioeconomic development, regulatory issues, and policies and strategies to extend affordable access to new technologies and services, particularly in rural and developing regions. She has planned and evaluated communication projects in the Canadian North and Alaska, the Asia Pacific, and in more than 50 developing countries and emerging economies. She is the author of several books and numerous articles and has testified on communications policy issues before the CRTC, the FCC, and the US Congress. She has consulted for international organizations, government agencies, and consumer and indigenous organizations and the private sector. She received an honors BA from the University of British Columbia, an MA and PhD in communication research from Stanford University, and JD from the University of Texas at Austin. We also have Rob McMahon. Dr. Rob McMahon is the FMCC coordinator and secretary and an assistant professor at the Faculty of Extension at the University of Alberta. He is also a co-investigator and former postdoctoral fellow with the First Nations Innovation Project at the University of New Brunswick. His work focuses on the appropriation of broadband and internet technologies by First Nations and Inuit communities. Rob's award-winning research highlights the many innovations taking place at the so-called peripheries of the emerging network society. Rob has published several journal articles and book chapters, including collaborations with First Nations and Inuit community researchers. Through the First Mile Project, Rob facilitated the production of over 80 digital media stories, showcasing Indigenous-led technology initiatives. He also has experience in regulatory and policy interventions. Rob has a PhD in communications from Simon Fraser University. Corey Whiteduck from CKWE.
No, wrong White
Oh,
Duck.
I'm sorry.
Different
Sorry, Tim Whiteduck. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. Somebody's awake here. Tim Whiteduck. Tim Whiteduck is the FMCC chair. Tim is the Director of Technology for the First Nations Education Council, FNEC, based in Wendake First Nation, Quebec. FNEC represents and serves 22 First Nations communities in Quebec, the First Nations Educational Council. FNEC aims to achieve full jurisdiction over education while, quote, respecting our unique cultural identities and common beliefs and promoting our languages, values, and traditions, end of quote. A core element of this vision is to use technology effectively to support the autonomy and democratic development of First Nations communities. Tim and his team have been working with First Nations developing strategic partnerships to design and install community broadband infrastructure, to deliver online IT training programs, and to support the delivery and engagement of broadband-enabled community services, including education, health, and many others. somebody. Okay. Penny Carpenter? Okay, sorry. Penny Carpenter, last but not least, is the manager of KNET services, a member of the FMCC. KNET Services, which is based in Sioux Lookout, Ontario, is owned by First Nations communities and directed by their leadership. The organization serves primarily remote First Nations communities in Northern Ontario. KNET Services supports the development, maintenance, and operations of services including satellite and terrestrial data and voice, and community-owned and operated cellular service called K-Mobile. It also co-owns a satellite network with other Indigenous organizations that serves First Nations and Inuit communities in Northern Ontario, Quebec, and Manitoba. 80% of KNET staff are First Nations people who work in administration, technical services, marketing and sales, and digital media production. This is our panel. Please feel free to begin. I don't
Thank
know.
you.
Yeah.
And Tim was going to say a few words of welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I'm good. No, that's okay. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tim Wojtek. I'm from Kitigan-Zibi First Nation, which is only an hour and a half north of Ottawa. And as an Algonquin member, I'd like to welcome everyone to our meeting this morning and presentation on unceded Algonquin territory. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So the way the presentation will work, I'll kind of start off and give an overview of some of our work with the First Mile, and then we have Penny and Tim who will talk about their work serving First Nations in Quebec and Ontario with their networks, and Heather will talk a little bit about the CRTC regulations and interventions that we've been involved in. So just to acknowledge our other members who weren't able to make it today through the First Mile, which I'll talk a little bit more about the organization. But we also have among our membership Atlantic Canada's First Nations Help Desk, the Western James Bay Telecom Network, the First Nations Health and Social Secretariat of Manitoba, the First Nations Technical Advisory Group in Alberta, and First Nations Technology Council in BC. And also we have the support of the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council through a research project that many of us are involved in around First Nations innovation. So I just wanted to acknowledge and thank our funders as well. Okay, so just in a nutshell, what do we mean when we talk about First Mile? Kind of a jargony term. This comes about through actually in telecommunications development, that last connection, so the connection from the point that connects the community to individual houses, public services, community services, businesses. That's actually literally called the last mile. It's the, sort of your last mile link is at the local level, right? So you can see that term last, these points get connected at the final connection stage, right? So the idea of and this is like a technical term, it's used in telecommunications engineering, but it does embed a lot of assumptions around how development works, how people are connected to the internet, to telecommunications. So First Mile tries to flip that around and says when we're talking about building infrastructure, services, internet systems, all kinds of things, how do we work with local communities first, right? What are their needs? What are their interests, right? How do they want to use this type of infrastructure? And all kinds of things flow out of that. So locally driven technology projects support things like sustainability of the networks, capacity building, training, local jobs, community development, all types of things, right? But that's the underlying assumption or premise for this work. How does this happen? So everybody who joins like the First Mile group has to sort of support a set of principles that are all organized around that core idea. So identifying and utilizing all the resources that already exist in communities, right? All of their expertise, all of the assets that already exist there. We also do a lot of co-authorship, co-presentations of these things, sharing the information. We work with community organizations to share the research benefits, a lot of public outreach work around stories, that type of thing. We do research, but we leverage that for policy interventions at the CRTC, that kind of thing, showcasing the challenges, but also the successes and the innovations that are happening in communities, and then what policy supports can enable this work. And then also we do resources like toolkits or workshops or that type of thing. So this idea that, you know, the first mile is in particular interest to a lot of rural, remote, northern, and indigenous communities. Oftentimes, like in urban communities, where you have necessarily like the lowest need for telecommunication services, you can kind of like walk to a hospital, right? Or you have all the public services available. They're brick and mortar, they're in buildings and stuff. In remote communities, oftentimes you don't have these services. So you actually access them through the internet, right? So Tim and Penny will talk about some of their work doing like online education support, health, like that type of thing. So it's kind of a paradox, right? Where the lowest need is, you have the best infrastructure, the best transportation, the cheapest telecommunication services, the fastest ones, but where the need is most, they're expensive, they're low quality of service, and they're in some cases not even there or very slow. Common principles, so this idea, as I mentioned, like digital networks are designed and built with the region or community needs as a starting point. We really focus on local and regional ownership and control of the infrastructure. That gives people more control over how they develop these resources to meet their needs. Operating costs, so Penny and Tim will talk about that, but how do you, the business case for this, like it does work. They both have, you know, years of, probably decades of experience now in making this work over the long term. So kind of the business model or the way that the organizations support their work. Training local support staff equals community jobs, and then the idea that that helps support sustainable digital technologies to meet needs. One thing is this idea of how do we think about connectivity at the community level. So this idea of a whole community. So it's not like you have one internet connection to the band office, another one to the health center, maybe another one to the school. How do you have a single point in the community and then have the local community own that local service, and then that gets used as a resource that then gets sort of like shared among different community services, but also built upon. This is a very important idea for policy, because sometimes like it is somewhat easier, I think, to build infrastructure to serve a certain number of households, for example, with individual links, but then you miss out on all the opportunities that come if you have like a local network, which we'll talk a little bit more about in the approaches that Penny and Tim have for their work. This is just developed by Judy Whiteduck of the Assembly of First Nations, the e-community perspective, just showing all the different areas that connectivity impacts in a community. Government and governance, entertainment, of course, but also things like land-based activities, emergency services, health, education. So there's all these different users of connectivity. This is showing, of course, there's community networks happening all across Canada. There's innovations like everywhere, right? So trying to map these and then, sharing the stories of what's being done to build and operate networks in the various regions. However, these individual networks aren't operating in isolation. It's not like they're set up and then they kind of have their own program going. They're actually working together with regional support organizations. So this slide is actually showing out of First Nations SchoolNet. It's a federal program that has like what we're calling community intermediary organizations, organized around education initially and then across different public services. So two examples are Penny and Tim's work here with KNET and FNEC. And this is showing a network of these regional groups that had existed before First Mile, this would have been set up by the First Nations I think in the 1990s. You could clarify in your presentation. And so what do these regional organizations do? They're advocating and administering the infrastructure and services on behalf of their member communities. A really important thing is that they're set up by the communities, so they're governed by groups of local communities. In some cases, maybe a tribal council like KNET, or FNEC is a group of 22 member communities. So they, in setting up these regional groups, they allow for access to broader services and also economies of scale, cheaper bandwidth, cheaper equipment, all that kind of stuff that individual communities may not be able to access with the resources they have available. They use the technologies to deliver public services and economic development opportunities, and they also act as mediators between the local communities and then government entities like the CRTC, Industry Canada, and others. So over time, a group of those that existing network decided to get together and formally create a nonprofit organization. So that's the FMCC, the First Mile Connectivity Consortium. It's a membership-based organization. It's free for life kind of thing. I think you pay $5 or something to join for life. And the idea is that the members are these First Nations regional organizations, and then they have common challenges and also common interests in policy and regulation. So it brings together like a united voice for groups like the CRTC. So when there's an intervention like basic service objective for broadband, these groups have a common front for that. Each of the groups also are free and often do intervene independently as well if they have specific needs in their regions. But the idea is that there are certain shared principles or concepts that they all want, and arguments that they want to put forward together. Volunteer board of directors that reviews all of the interventions. We can talk more about that in the questions if people are interested about the process. And all of the information is available on our site, firstmile.ca. We can make our bylaws available if people are interested, like information on our board, that kind of thing. Some of the resources, regulatory interventions, policy engagement, event and public outreach, some online courses, that type of thing. One of the things we learned is research for policy work. So here are some of the reports available at firstmile.ca that were tied to some of the broadband access CRTC work we were doing. Things like what's a guide to federal funding for Indigenous broadband? What programs are available to groups, but also what are their shortcomings, what's missing, right? What are the problems with some of the programs and the ways that they were set up? We did a report for ISED, formerly Industry Canada, about digital technology adoption. And that kind of explored some of the ways that that supports or barriers for people living in rural, remote, northern, and Indigenous communities were facing for technology adoption. We're also doing some digital literacy work, so a couple of pilot projects, one in the north with Gwich'in Tribal Council and Pikanai First Nation and Blackfoot community in Alberta. And the idea there is taking a look at digital content, so issues like copyright, cultural rights, Creative Commons, that kind of thing. As well as local connectivity, right? First or last mile connections. So we put together resources and then make those available to our partners, and it's all co-developed with our community partners and our groups. Yeah, so that's kind of the overview, and I'll pass it on to Penny, who'll talk about KNET.
Rob, is it on? Yeah. Okay, Rob, I think I still owe you $5. I don't remember paying that. Anyways, good morning, everyone. My name is Penny Carpenter, and I'm from Silicon, Ontario, and I'm a First Nation member of Lac Seul First Nation in northwestern Ontario. And yeah, it has been decades of work. I'm in my 25th year of working for the organization. So I was pretty young starting. Just kidding. So yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect at this conference or what you wanted to know about. So, because I haven't been involved in the radio world, but I guess it is sort of the same stream as broadband is very similar to radio. And I think it's probably now is the time that it might mesh together, so it's probably a good segue to start talking together. So today I'm going to talk just about the bit of the history of KNET and how we started. So KNET evolved under a tribal council, Kiwetinokoka-Mechanic. In about 1994-95, we had an education advisor who came on board, and she wanted to email teachers that were in the remote communities of the tribal council, and we quickly found out that that wouldn't work. Like even with Bell dial-up at 64K, they couldn't transfer files. So we started looking at the infrastructure and started working with Bell to develop the infrastructure, and started getting T1 technology. In 2000, there was an Industry Canada project called Smart Communities, and we had applied for that. It was a national program, and so we were one of 12 pilots across Canada. And so we started developing the broadband to the communities and developing. It wasn't just to bring the pipe into the communities, it was actually to build from the community out. It was to build the infrastructure in the communities and build the services. As Rob talked to you about, the community members have to fly out of the community to go to high school. They have to fly out of the communities to go to health services. So, and even justice, like to go to court, they have to travel, to Kenora, Thunder Bay, to go to court services. So we started trying to focus of keeping people in the community, because when people leave, it interrupts their family life. They don't have babysitters, and sometimes they don't even get to go to their health appointments. Or even for school, like, everyone, I'm sure with the media in the last couple of years, like kids going out for school, it's so, it's dangerous for this. There are a lot of success stories. Kids make it through high school and graduate and go on to college, but there are also kids that aren't making it. Kids that, there's a big dropout rate still, and they're returning home. So we focused, like the main focus of bringing broadband to communities, so it was to build the pipe to the community, so build the broadband, and then it was to focus on building education connections. So we developed an internet high school, so in 13 sites we started delivering grade 9 to 12 courses to First Nations. So this year we actually had, every year, probably for the last 10 years, we've had graduates, and this year we had 13 graduates. So it just increases every year. More and more kids are taking internet high school in their communities and staying home. For health services, we focused on telemedicine. So we have telemedicine sites in each of our communities. So our First Nation people can take their follow-up appointments through telemedicine, or get telepsychiatry appointments, or whatever their needs are. So that's increasing every day. And video conferencing, we use it for everything. And the band offices use it for mid-meetings. We have connections with justice, so there's court service via video conferencing. So I think bringing broadband really builds up the community resources. The way it works is we bring the bandwidth into the community, and then we build out the infrastructure with the community. So in most communities, they have cable plants that connect the homes and buildings. And so they run it like a little business. So we're always training the technicians. We're training people in schools to run their own local networks within the schools. So not only does the broadband bring services to the community, but it builds up jobs in the community. This is kind of hot off the press advertising for KNET. So we just actually developed this for our conference last week. But so KNET over the years, so our focus was our 5 communities in 2000, and then it quickly expanded to more of all of the remote north, where we connected about 25 remote First Nations. At the same time, we also had a contract with INUIT to connect all the First Nation schools across Ontario. So we were able to connect all schools in the different regions of Ontario. And then we focused on other needs of other First Nations, where they needed to connect their health center to either get better broadband at the health center, to deliver telemedicine, or just to get on the internet for their nurses and physicians. Another service that we didn't have in the north was cellular. So for telcos, there was really no business case to provide cellular to our remote communities. So about 7 years ago, we started developing a 2G cellular service. And this year, we just upgraded it to 3G. So, so now the communities can use data. Like you see a lot of, I'm sure everyone has a lot of different apps on their phone that you use for health, or just any social, our phones, our 2G phones, it was just a text and phone. So we did want to bring that technology to the north, so we developed 3G and because it can be used for a lot of different features, and so we're looking forward to advancing to app development.
I'll just provide you a brief overview of FNEC, and I'm hoping to address some of the, you must be wondering how we eventually appeared at CRTC, how it evolved for us, because it's, appearing at CRTC was a big thing for our organization because we do work in connectivity development. Many of our communities in Quebec are still not served with high-speed internet, let alone telephone service. Some of the sites, some of the communities are sharing a satellite station, for example, to get external phone access. So as Penny mentioned, the business case with telecommunication providers is always a challenge in terms of providing service to these isolated areas. So just to go back a bit about what is the First Nations Education Council, the council is an education council established in 1985. Research has always been a key part to the work we do, but the research has to be meaningful and in terms of leveraging the results to help advance some of the things we want to, that we need to do to advance technologies, education, what have you. So the FNEC represents 22 First Nations communities in the region of Quebec. We also support 7 non-member First Nations, which are not on the map, but they're on the northern shore of the St. Lawrence, which is the Montagnier region. So we support them developing their telecommunications infrastructure as well. Next slide, Rob. So this is my spaghetti diagram. This is what we work with every day. We do manage 26 broadband connections across the region of Quebec. Here you see the various links to each one. And as Penny mentions, we tried to make it as sustainable as possible by putting one large broadband connection into the community where it's shared by public sectors. And in some cases, communities have taken it to create businesses to bring residential service. So depending on what the First Nations want to do, this is our model and how we work. So as you can see here, we have 3 or 4 telecommunication providers in Quebec that we work with, and all have the same mentality in terms of business case. So they're not going to go to an isolated community and put cellular service knowing that there's only 1,500, 2,000 people. It's not profitable. So we go back to developing, with the FMCC, developing the transport and the first mile type of approach. Okay, next slide. So some of the, just to give you an overview again, the mission is to fulfill the technology needs of First Nations by engaging in activities that support its integration and foster innovation. It was created in 2000, FNEC was created in 2003 by FNEC chiefs of the 22 First Nations. Early activities include consultation support and technical services to ban-operated schools. When we first started doing the work at FNEC in technology in 2003, that's when Industry Canada decided to create the First Nations SchoolNet program, which is a program regionalized to one regional management organization in each of the provinces to deliver broadband to schools, First Nation schools. It's between 2003 and 2006 that this national link was established with KNET, with the screen that you've seen, that yellow screen that you've seen. So it was in those years that we made this national link where we combined efforts, shared expertise, and got involved in research, which is why we're here today with the FMCC. The research led to the creation of FMCC. Through community engagement and collaboration, our clientele has expanded to include other public sectors. So as you could appreciate, when we bring broadband to a community, health sector and band administration, public security, want access to this broadband that we're doing. So we've always worked that way with First Nations, addressing their needs. Some of the examples of services that we provide today We do connectivity infrastructure and services and development, capacity building and training, information management, technical services, engagement and research. We do help desk for all the schools and health centers, as well as band administration. We do video conferencing or distance learning. We do purchasing for communities, where we establish regional agreements in education, and the schools use our agreement to get economies of scale, educational pricing. And we do policy development. One project in particular that we're doing is we've developed a program to support strong First Nation education governance for our members. And this is basically a guide that'll help communities establish standards in various themes in operations. One of those is technologies. So if you go to our website, I don't know if our website is on the information there, you could access the guide and you'll see what standards we've established with communities to attain to work towards. That's it? Okay.
Thank you. So we thought we'd also tell you about the recent regulatory experience we've been involved with. The telecom regulation side is a little different from the broadcasting side as it's currently structured now in the Commission. Here you can see the activities we've been involved in starting in 2013 when the CRTC went to the north for the first time. They went to Inuvik and Whitehorse, and we thought, if they're going to the north, they should hear from Northerners. And so we participated in that hearing about services for the north, and there were a lot of complaints about quality of service and pricing of services from various groups. We and some others also proposed funding and better metrics, and the Commission basically said, we're going to defer those issues to a future hearing, which turned out to be the review of basic service in 2015 and 16. In between, First Mile's been involved in the review of satellite services, which affects, as you know, a lot of remote communities and Indigenous communities. The Let's Talk TV consultations about broadcasting, which affects everybody across the country, and the Telesat pricing for satellite services, because in fact, in the north, when people complained in the satellite communities in Nunavut and Nunavik and some other regions that the service was very expensive, Northwest Tel or Bell typically said, well, sorry, that's not our problem. That's the quality and the price is what we basically passed through from Telesat. So we participated in that. But the major thing we wanted to talk about was our recent experience with the so-called basic service consultation, where the Commission had this big proceeding that literally went on for close to 2 years, a year and a half, saying, should broadband be a basic service? And under the CRTC regulation, that has major implications. It means that it should be available to all Canadians if they designate it as a basic service. Right now, we have voice service. All Canadians should have telephone service, including those in remote communities, even though we heard there's still a few that don't. Then they said, all right, so what are barriers to usage for people that have it? What do we need to know about whether the connectivity is good enough, whether people can afford it, whether they have the skills? What about some populations, such as those with disabilities? If we should make broadband available to everybody, what technical standards should we use? What's the role of the regulator as opposed to any other agencies? And do we need any extra funding to improve or upgrade access to broadband? So we participated, including those you see in front of you, in that proceeding with help from several other FMCC members. And we did, I think, 3 basic things. We contributed, as did several other Indigenous and consumer groups, to providing evidence of lack of reliable and affordable broadband, especially in Indigenous and northern regions, was what we emphasized. We emphasized that Indigenous communities and organizations can be providers and not just consumers of service. A lot of discussion about, what do Canadians need in terms to be able to use the internet. And that's the crux of the matter, but we wanted to point out to them that we're not just representing people who need to use it. That's the purpose of the exercise, but we also are a group of people, including those that can provide those services. And we proposed a Northern Infrastructure and Services Fund targeted specifically at northern regions and with several different components that we thought could make it possible to extend those services and involve the communities and their organizations in that process. So the process is fairly elaborate, and on the broadcasting side, if you're involved in a license application or review, the procedures are slightly different and a little bit more focused, but if you get into a review of Indigenous broadcasting, or as we're seeing coming up, some kind of bigger picture issues, they probably would follow this same sort of procedure where the Commission puts out its call for an announcement of proceedings, and often outlines what the issues are that it wants to address. And then it's open for anyone to file. So typically you would file your initial submission, this is what we think, here's our documentation. Then other groups, including the industry, but other communications organizations, other parties so-called, could file. You get a chance to respond to them. And in the telecom hearings, something that's really interesting is that you have a chance to put forward what are called interrogatories. And this is a way to get industry, for example, on the record, because often you don't have very good data about their quality of service, or you have anecdotal information, but you can ask them very specific questions and they're supposed to answer. They too can ask you or other parties questions. So you have to think about what questions do we want to ask them, and then we have to be ready to respond to any questions that they might ask us. And all those are in writing and have specific deadlines. It's really important to both Tim and Rob emphasized research that First Mile has done. And it's really useful if you have research that is directly relevant to the proceeding that you've been able to get done, and Rob mentioned a couple of items that we were able to file. So much the better, because typically the Commission doesn't do its own research, it just uses what people tell it. It does do some monitoring, and they may have some either reliability data or content data on the broadcasting side, but they're not likely to go out and collect other data. So it's important what you tell them. If you don't have your own research, if you can point to other relevant material, and if you can analyze existing data that's out there, either from the Commission or from the industry or anywhere else, that's also useful. We were able to point out that the way the Commission was thinking about its own reliability data wasn't really quite appropriate for the North and didn't really address the issues or with the level of detail we thought was necessary. So as you heard from, if you heard former Chairman Cardozo, was it yesterday? When he talked about what, the process at the Commission and strategies that he suggested, he pointed out that the staff reviews all the material and they provide a summary. So what I've told people when we're putting together things, remember you're writing for the staff. They're people with backgrounds in maybe law or economics. They're going to go through everything, provide a summary for the commissioners, and they may even, as he suggested, make recommendations. But the more detail you give them, the more they can put that forward and summarize it. You have to keep the content relevant. You may have lots of other things on your mind, but you have to really figure out how to focus or how to put an angle in that makes the Commission can relate to. And if there's some past decisions that may be precedents where you said, do you remember? It could be quite a long time ago, but we've heard during these meetings some very good historical presentations of earlier decisions that you could pull out and say, remember that's a precedent, and we don't see that happening with this new technology or in this area. One of the things you can do is basically show that you're competent, and the people we had, Tim and Penny, I think got a lot of attention in the person-to-person, face-to-face part of the proceedings, because they were able to answer very good questions about the real world of the services they were trying to provide, the difficulties they faced, what it cost them to do this, what revenue they had and didn't have. And so, they were highly credible, and I think that really helped everything in what we were trying to do. And it's also important to try to look for other interveners or parties that might support all of your perspectives. And for example, there were certainly other Indigenous groups that at the moment aren't part of FMCC, that such as Nunavut Broadband Development Corporation, who had very similar views to ours and some other Indigenous groups. There are consumers organizations who are very concerned that all Canadians should have access to reliable and affordable broadband, and they clearly intended to include Indigenous people. And we found also sometimes that provincial and especially territorial governments had positions that really enforced what we were trying to say. The Yukon and the NWT had positions that they understood the needs of their people. They were not happy with the structure and the funding as it currently existed, so they were kind of credible allies to work with us. Here is the team, including one more member. Do you want to say who this is?
As you can see, there's Heather, Rob, Penny, myself, and Mark Awashish. Mark Awashish comes from the community, Atikamekw community of Abidjawan. His community is around 2,000 in population, isolated. There is no physical transport in terms of telecommunication to Abidjawan. They are satellite served. They did establish a wireless link over 180 kilometers from his community to the nearest connection point. Mark was really important at this hearing because he comes from his community is in an area where even satellite services are poor. The signal is not good, it's not ideal, and the commissioners were really shocked to hear that satellite doesn't work in his community. So he really needed to find, Mark really explained well what was needed in his community, so it was really good to have him there at the proceedings for sure.
Okay, so the decision, which came out in December, a full more than a year and a half after they started this, and after that face-to-face hearing, which is the part that you saw, and I'll say a bit more about that maybe in a minute, said that yes, broadband is a basic service, which triggers a lot of requirements for all Canadians. They set quite ambitious speed targets of 50 megs down and 10 up. They didn't really address affordability. I'll come back to that in a moment, but they did say that there had to be more transparency. People complained a lot about blowing through data caps if they were using their phones to get data, kind of as Penny was describing, and many of you know. The northern carriers typically have pretty low data caps, and we had evidence about that. So they said, well, people should at least understand that better, and there should be an option without a limitation. So unlimited data if you want it, which didn't exist in much of the north, but they didn't say anything about pricing for that. They did actually propose and require a new fund, $750 million over 5 years, that should be open not just to the incumbents, which is something that we argued heavily for, that whatever funding they came up with, this isn't exactly what we proposed, but it's much closer, I think, than we thought we might get. It should be open to all qualified providers, not just the big telcos, the incumbents, so-called. And it should have an arm's length independent governance structure. It should apply to fixed and mobile. There should be some set aside for satellite communities, and those of you who know the Eastern Arctic and Nunavut and northern Quebec and some other regions have satellite-dependent communities, so they kind of put a chunk into that but didn't specify too much. And they would use some funding from the telecom industry to support this new fund. So we might say, hooray. And we were very pleased, actually. I think this was not everything, obviously, that we had asked for, but it was more than one might have thought, but the devil's in the details. So those points with the red asterisks that are on there are because they didn't really say how should this be structured, and what criteria should be used for determining who gets funded. We'll deal with that in the future. Okay, the future is now. There is a new proceeding that starts with I'll come back to it. And we'll tell you the dates if you want to get involved in a minute, but there's a new proceeding to deal with exactly those issues. So the battle is not yet over, because how this fund is structured, who gets to apply, and especially what criteria are used, and who does the oversight. Is it broad-based with Indigenous and Northern representatives, or is it just the so-called usual suspects? Those will really make a difference in what happens to that money. Unfortunately, from a consumer's perspective, they didn't take any action on affordability except to say there should be more transparency in mobile pricing. But there was a fairly elaborate proposal from a consortium of consumer organizations to have a low-income user subsidy, and there were some other groups that had some different proposals, but concerning income and affordability, and the Commission really sidestepped that completely. That's being challenged now by that consortium, but for whatever reason that wasn't clear, they acknowledged the problem, but they didn't touch it, even though there was a lot of evidence on the record that they could have used. They acknowledged digital literacy, but said it wasn't in the Commission's mandate, and basically threw that over to ISED, and they said they would coordinate with the government departments, ISED, and in your case it would be Heritage. And something to keep in mind is that in terms of thinking about the larger context, I think this whole decision and your concerns as well will come up again in a review of the Telecom Act and the Broadcasting Act, which is supposed to start sometime this year and be done at the ministry level rather than the regulators level. So if you're interested in participating, you wouldn't have had to be a party in the previous hearing, but if you have some thoughts about who should be able to provide these services in remote areas or what criteria should be used, you have until June 28th to get your foot in the door. As this points out, you can comment until November, but the Commission's pretty strict. You have to make an initial submission to kind of, as I say, you can make it a very elaborate one and lay out your whole views, and some people do, and that's a good way to start, but even if you're not quite ready to do that, you have to get something on the record so that you're a party who can participate in the later rounds. And there's the link there. You can find it on the CRTC website, and we can tell you how to do it. But 2017-112 is a number I'm going to have to learn pretty fast to find it. So some conclusions, and there may be others. I think it's important to, we've heard from several other speakers about evaluation research, policy research. It's really relevant to the extent that you can work with your communities to do some research, or that you have relevant material about consumer and listener needs and funding issues, so much the better. In terms of participation, it's important to, as you're concerned with, get involved in these issues. Regulatory experiences can be difficult. It may be somewhat more difficult than writing a good background or submission for a white paper to a government ministry. The disadvantage of the regulatory process is it can be contentious. It takes quite a bit of time. You may not get what you want. Certainly you probably won't get all that you want. But what you get is enforceable. They have to do it. And there are severe penalties if they don't. If you get a license, you've got a license. If, in this case, $750 million is put up, it's there. If somebody has to provide service that meets reliability criteria, they have to do it. The Indigenous participation, I think, provides really important perspectives and for the regulators and the policymakers. So it really is typically worth your time, although it can be a little frustrating. I know you can get really tough questions. You can get really tough responses from industry people in written stuff, and you just have to have a thick skin and say there's lawyers out there and maybe economists, and this is impersonal. We'll just rebut it or ignore it depending on your perspective. The commissioners can ask tough questions. Sometimes they want to get your views on the record. The only way they can do that if you haven't said something is to ask you. Then you can say, well, yes, I believe in this, or it costs this. Then they've got material that they can refer to. In terms of, sometimes the commissioners will say things and you think they don't have a clue. So you just have to be kind of patient and persistent and stick to your points. The one that came up in this hearing was, repeatedly, we're concerned with needs, not wants. And there was one commissioner who was adamant about that. And I think that was code for, we're not worried about giving people in remote areas enough bandwidth so they can stream video and play video games. He never said that, but you had to keep going back and say, no. Think about healthcare, think about education, think about nonprofits and small businesses. Think about households when you have a lot of people in a household, they're all trying to share a connection. Think of the bandwidth that requires. And we and others finally, I think, got through to them, and you can see that in the decision. They really did seem to get it finally, but it can be frustrating. The final point I want to make is that the telecom side has an advantage in Canada compared to broadcasting in terms of funding support. If you're involved in a telecom proceeding, nonprofit organizations are allowed to apply for costs. And the costs, how much you can get, is laid out very clearly in the regulations. It's not a huge amount of money, but you can bill per hour of the people that work on these things. You can bill for travel time to come to Ottawa. It really helps. I have to tell you that it can take a long time. In this case, it took 2 years. We just finally got some funding now. That's very hard for organizations that are putting money up front, like the consumer groups who did some great research, and they basically had to eat all those costs and hope they'd get some of the funding back. But it makes a real difference because the Commission looks for relevant information, so it has to be relevant to the issues in the proceeding. You have to deliver it responsibly. You can't rant, or you can't just sort of ignore the deadlines. And it has to be information that the Commission says they wouldn't have got otherwise. And we have received funding, I guess maybe 3 times now for that, but other groups have as well. And it's a very important asset that most countries don't provide, and which is not available on the broadcasting side. The way the money is paid is once they determine that your costs are legitimate and how much you're eligible for, they then allocate that to all the telecom companies that participated in the hearing, and they each have to cough it up. On the broadcasting side, there aren't the deep pockets, so that model hasn't been used, but it's well worth thinking about because we all know that it takes time and effort to participate in these things. Okay, so.
Awesome, that's the presentation, so we're open to any questions anyone may have.
Yeah, there's somebody back there. Has anybody got the mic? Who's doing the mic?
Hi, it's not so much a question, just a comment on
Sure.
the cost, is that they actually do have something set up for broadcasting as well. It's
Uh-huh.
called the Broadcasting Participation Fund, and it was actually set up, I think it was a condition to the Bell Astral decision that they had to set this up. I think PIAC and Bell might have worked together on it. But at any rate, if you Google Broadcasting Participation Fund, it's the same process where you apply, you justify, and then there's a separate board set up for it. But yeah, that's definitely something that would be good too.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mislead you, but that's terrific too. It's well worth it because, it does take people's time, and then you often have out-of-pocket expenses, especially if you're not based here.
Just to add for all the broadcasters here, that's basically what CMAC, the Community Media Advocacy Center, does. We help absorb all the costs on behalf of the Indigenous and community broadcasters that are, for their process of application and engineering and all of those things, the process through the CRTC, how we can actually do our work. So anybody here needs help, we're here.
It's also important to know, I mean, that, you know, foundations and other organizations that can help with those real costs are really important to give you the opportunity to really participate rather than just writing a short letter saying, you know, this is what we think should be done, but we don't really have the time or resources to build a case.
I'm stunned that they still need to get the research done by only outsiders and that nobody inside the CRTC is doing appropriate research. It's so important. And that there is not any particular training for the commissioners on northern and remote communities or rural communities. I'm sure they've read a lot about it already. But
Yeah.
I remember years ago when people at CRTC were able to go to the communities to do hearings, and they actually learned so much by being there on the ground. Like you were talking about how, you know, you had to explain in great detail what it's like to live in a community that doesn't have enough broadband. And this is like 2017, and the people who get appointed to the commission tend not to be people who are researchers necessarily, but business-oriented people, or government-oriented, administrative kind of researchers. And I don't know how we could change that, but certainly they need education. And I know years ago, when I was at McGill, Flora MacDonald, just before the new Broadcasting Act was passed, came in to give us a lecture, a talk about policy, and how she trained the cabinet and how she trained various organizations within or agencies within the government was fascinating. Apparently what they did is they hired a cartoonist, and the cartoonist explained the whole process of decision making. And they used cartoons in a very funny but lively and interesting way to stimulate them to think about what the decisions are that they had to make. And in the cartoons they showed some of the research and the key points, but they also made it attractive and funny. And for people like the head who was the head of Minister of Culture at the time, who had been a pig farmer, I forget his name at this point, but he was a pig farmer, and that's what he knew. He knew agriculture. He didn't know culture. And so they used these kinds of things to educate him. And I wonder if we need to go back to something like that.
Yeah, thanks, Lorna. I did want to mention a couple of things. One is there's major problems with some of the data that does get researched, as you pointed out, right? So, for example, Penny's work in KNET with KNET Mobile, the way that they organize their cellular phone spectrum licenses, just the way that the geographic bands on the map are set up according to region and then according to the cost, and then where the different communities are within that, and then you get a spectrum license for that region, makes it very difficult, right, for K-Mobile to acquire these licenses because of the way that the places are divided up. And so making the commission aware of that kind of thing, that the reports that they're doing, the research that they're doing has some embedded assumptions that are very much in that sort of southern metropolitan kind of framework. We see this all the time, so absolutely it's well needed. I just wanted to mention that they have made some steps to reach out. So recently they did ask for a phone call with the FMCC members to talk about some of their challenges, and actually as a result of that, you know, we had our colleagues here and then also some of the other FMCC members invite the commission staff to visit, come check out you know, our operations and stuff. I'm not sure how many ended up going, but maybe Penny or Tim can mention some of that, the invitations that you've had or any visitations from them, or
No.
never.
From who?
CRTC? Nobody. No? Okay.
No, we're waiting.
But I think you're right. Things, you know, what goes around comes. We found basically I think the commissioners on this particular hearing were relatively sympathetic and willing to listen and learn. So a few bumps in the road, but yes, they, in most cases, did not have experience in remote areas.
Just a couple of other key points. One is when you're showing PowerPoints to people who don't know anything about the issue, don't put as much information on each PowerPoint. Make it more simple so that each key point has a focus, because otherwise it overwhelms people. And you can't really see, especially in a room like this, for example, we were having problems seeing because there was lighting
lights are
on
so
the
bright.
screen. And we asked them to lower the lights, and I turned the lights off the screen. We can see better, but it's still not a great, I still can't see all the details. So if I were a CRTC commissioner and watching this, I would want a copy of it for sure, so that I can see it on my computer. So you should make that available as part of the research as well. The other thing is, you know, I did read Michael Lisco's little booklet on how to be a proper citizen and participate in hearings and stuff. And he was using that method of, he had all these pictures, he had an artist do pictures. It's worth hiring an artist to do some pictures that will, or an easeling kind of artist who's really funny, but who gets to the point, you know. It's something to think about, because if they're only getting their information in a mediated way, you've got to make it interesting enough for them not to fall asleep, and I have seen commissioners fall asleep.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I think you know, those points are well taken. Unfortunately, although we did have face-to-face, this hearing did have, and we were grilled for an hour, which I took as a very good sign. I mean, they took a lot of time after our presentation with follow-up questions. But a lot of it's in writing, and so you have to figure out, you know, how do you make those points and how do you support them. I did think in terms of one more policy suggestion that could be worth putting forward here, because there is more interest, visible interest in Indigenous issues, I think, in communication and other policies in Canada at the moment than there might have been a few years ago. The Federal Communications Commission in the U.S., as was pointed out, there was a person here from Native Public Media in the U.S. for a couple of days, and she's quite right. There's an Office of Native Affairs and Policy, ONAP, in the FCC now. That came in under the Obama administration. They were very concerned about highlighting Native issues and addressing them across the whole government. So, although it didn't have a lot of staffing, and it's still on the website, but I have no idea what this administration is doing with it. It seemed to me that the CRTC definitely should have a little office and some staffers who are really dedicated and knowledgeable about Indigenous issues, and this might be a good time to push for that. Because I think there's more concern. We certainly heard from the Mr. Jolie from Heritage. Okay, so concrete suggestions about how to implement some of the responses to concerns they have, and this could be one, because once it's there, then it's hard to kill it. I mean, you can, argue for more or less staff, and different governments will pay more or less attention, but getting something in there that focuses particularly, and then that gives them an excuse to hire more staff with knowledgeable background, and then on the research funding, you have to figure out how to deal with that as well. But that's just one minor suggestion. There's more questions.
Okay, well, I got the
Okay.
mic, so.
Oh, okay.
I had a couple questions as you're going through. Thank you. I thought that was good, informative. One of the questions was to Penny. I was looking at your map, and you have Walpole Island on there, and how it jumps into Toronto. So I was interested
Sure.
what part they were playing. I was kind of looking for their name, but so that was one of my questions for that. And that my second question to Penny was, how much is in the language, for this big network type stuff?
So for the Walpole Island, so the network itself is a managed broadband network. So in Ontario, the technical hub for Ontario is in Toronto, at a building. It's called 151 Front Street. So we bring all our circuits, just like Tim. We buy from different telcos across Ontario. We bring the broadband circuits into Toronto, and that's where we interconnect with Justice, with eHealth, to provide the different services on the network. So that's why the the Walpole Island circuit was coming to Toronto, but we still managed the bandwidth on that circuit. And in Walpole Island, the reason we serve Walpole is because we connect the school. So we bring a 100 meg circuit to Walpole, and then we connect the school. It actually goes to the band office and to the school.
Okay.
And then your second question
The question
was...
is about language, you know, when you,
So, yeah, so we just support services, so like the schools and the health centers, and they provide the programming.
oh, okay,
Okay.
so whatever. So my second question came from Heather's presentation in regards to providing relevant information, data, research. To me, what I understand about doing all that, in order to produce the one number, we did 150 hours, you have to track it all. And that, what I find is that's a whole, like you said, it's a whole nother job. So that to me, you're saying that as entities on the ground, we have to start setting up a tracking basis, data collection. You know, it's like we got to start getting ready for the big event as opposed to going back and try collecting it type thing. And I think it creates some, as opposed to saying you just want to have a radio station or do you need a radio station? You know, if you're not tracking it all and saying why you're doing this or achieving something, maybe they don't take it as serious. I don't know. Our battles were just to keep us on air over the time, and not meeting the requirements of almost like commercial, type thing. So when we lost our license, lost our one position from the 50 watts up to 250, we couldn't answer that fifth question because we had access and was using a commercial level frequency and running a little 50 watt, exciter, you might say. And so they said, can you fulfill these requirements of this signal? So they had their own decision or their own criteria about who should be on that signal. And it definitely wasn't us, running out of the basement of the barracks, on 50 watts. So they took it, and we ended up getting, another signal. That's how we become 100.3, and tweaked up to 250. So that's where we stayed for many, many years. And it's only more recent in the last year that we've actually bounced up to where we are today. But I find that being able to, I'll say, fight, respond, reply, there's so much you need to have back home in the file or in the drawer. Somebody's tracking. Difficult.
It's true. I mean, I think that the more you can collect and build the data, I've worked with radio groups in other countries too, build in some ways of collecting data that are not too onerous and can be helpful for you, the better. And maybe you can also get some grad students or students who can help with collecting or doing some additional work that would be useful to you, because you don't want to just do busy work. But the problem is either, if you don't have any information, then the commission either doesn't have any either, or has something that's sketchy or maybe erroneous in how it's interpreted. So you're much better off if you can at least show them what you've got. Or if you're in a fight with some, as you say, fight I use in a legalistic sense, but I mean with commercial broadcasters or other incumbents, that they'll put their data forward, and if you can't counter that, the commission, it needs evidence. It has some principles, but it needs to be able to support it if it's going to support you. As you were talking, I was just thinking about a strategy that I've also worked in Alaska that has a lot of very remote communities, very small communities, scattered over a huge land area like the Canadian North. And Alaskans became very good, and they still are, at going to the Federal Communications Commission and saying, we're different. And the commission would say, okay, yeah, you're different. And they said, no, 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 these rules that you're proposing or these rules, that they shouldn't apply to us. We want a waiver. A waiver is a very important and useful legal term. It doesn't say, the commission doesn't have to then sort of throw away whatever policies and regulations they have that they think apply across the country, which is often difficult to do. But you get an exemption, basically, and then you have to justify, here's why we're different. And the commission in Washington, they know. I mean, they had a person assigned to Alaska, and they said, okay, we get it now, we're getting it. The telecom companies in Alaska went in and said to there are changes in funding for subsidies for high-cost areas coming in across the country, and the Alaska companies went and said, no, no, this won't work for us. You know, here's what we need. We need to have the funding guaranteed up front. We can't do really detailed studies every year to come in and tell you our costs. Here's the information we have. Here's what we want, and you can hold us to meeting your requirements. So there are ways sometimes, what I'm saying is a waiver is a way to get an exemption or get around it, some principle or policy that you think really shouldn't apply to you, without the commission having to come to some decision to change everything, which is often hard for them to do on the fly.
And I was just going to add to that, like in terms of a waiver might be one approach, another one, just in terms of the metrics that they use to analyze the data, you can put forward, if you don't think it applies to your particular situation, let them know. So this is where this whole community approach came from. You can see at the bottom there, individual members and households. Yes, that's one thing, because we found that broadband policy always was counting how many households get served. But we said in these communities, that's not necessarily the main way to track the data and to prove success. It's one, but another one would be, are community services and community organizations connected, right? And then also generally speaking at the regional level. And so saying that that model of measuring things doesn't apply to our reality, and they, you know, you kind of put that forward as well.
This is going to have to be our last question.
This is
from-
just a quick
no,
comment.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
That's great.
I think
I'm
she has a
just-
question.
yep.
And that in our situation, we're in southern Ontario and surrounded by the millions, right? In our sort of catchment area, there's probably close to, it's 5+ million in our area. So I use the analogy, we're like Central Park in New York City. You know, so that, and we're, our access to all those resources that was ours once, which is more of a sovereignty type of statement, are gone. And I've taken on the words of a chief from the north who says we've lost our bounty, and that we need to start to look and do some different things in this new age of getting more imposed upon with building. And our, like I say, our story might be a little bit different in southern Ontario just because of its not remoteness, but I can tell you there's lots of dead spots.
Sure.
Yeah.
Different, yeah.
In our
Absolutely.
community,
Good point
yeah.
to make, yeah.
So, comment.
There was another question.
We have another session started.
Well, just 2 points. Thank you for your presentation, and yeah, I appreciate your efforts here. And also, in these days, we learn a lot about the policy making here. And yeah, I want to add 2 points. The first, yeah, as Dr. Hausen talks about the importance of research, right? In intervention into policy making. Yeah, I agree with that. Something happened in Taiwan in the past years. We have a very big movement about anti-monopoly. Yeah, anti-media monopoly. That kind of movement happened in Taiwan. So, for example, the researchers work with the NGOs to propose to a new rule for this. And in the process, yeah, yes, the advocates they have to provide evidence, such as comparative studies of what's going on in other countries, such as the United States, and also provide the evidence, how media ownership can influence media content, this kind of thing. And eventually, yeah, it helped to have a new rule, in the procedure and in policy making in our country. So yeah, I just want to respond to this point, and I agree with that. It's very important. But currently, I'm thinking, of course, for the non-government organization, yeah, people take a lot of efforts to lobby, right? But what's the role of the government? It seems that most of time the government play a neutral role. Well, just that you to have different parties to say, in the public hearing process. So I'm wondering, what do you think about the role playing of the CRTC here? Should it be neutral, or to more active to propose some progressive policy for this country? Okay, and then my second point, and I think that for especially some policy issues, cross-sector issues. For example, maybe such as your efforts, this kind of to provide a fund, for broadband distribution in this, especially under these underdeserved areas. Maybe it also relevant to maybe the Department of Economy or Development, or the Commission of Regional Issues. Sorry, I don't know about the exact name of this, government agencies here. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering, maybe sometimes when we want to lobby for a certain policy, you not only CRTC, maybe you have also to take efforts to lobby the cabinet, or even the parliament. Mm-hmm. Well, so yeah, that's just some issues happened in Taiwan in recent years. So I'm wondering, maybe there are some efforts need to be added here. Well, that's my 2 points. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we are completely out of time, and there is another session starting here 5 minutes ago. So
yes, but we started late. So.
Well, you're very welcome to take your discussions into the hallway to have coffee and to continue the discussions off camera. They don't necessarily need to be filmed. So I would like to thank thank the panelists, Tim Whiteduck, Penny Carpenter, Rob McMahon, and Heather Hudson, for a very generative discussion. Full of practical information, and for opening discursive space regarding an issue that many are not necessarily as aware of as we should be. So thank you so much. And I am sorry to cut you off. It's a fascinating conversation. Please take the discussions to the hall, and thank you all so much for attending.
Okay, sorry, whoa. Hot mic. We'll get started with the next panel here. My name is Chris Albanetti. I'm a lawyer and also a PhD student in law at Osgoode Hall Law School at York University. And I'm part of the project team that has helped to, we've been working for a little over a year on this project and putting it together and organizing and promoting it. So this particular panel that you're about to hear from is really interesting and exciting, especially given the types of conversations and discussions and points that were being raised yesterday about Indigenous sovereignty and its relationship with broadcasting regulations in this country and its relationship with language and the importance of that. So these next three panelists are going to discuss around that topic, and we've called this here Centering Sovereignty in CRTC Policy Making. So we're going to hear from left to right. We have Claudine Van Every-Albert from CKRZ 100.3 FM. In the middle there is John Gagnon. He's the CEO of Wawate Communications Society, and we have the president of the Community Media Advocacy Center, Christiana Clemens, and we'll let them start. We'll start actually with Christiana.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Tanchi, Anim, bonjour. I'm Christiana Clemens and the president of CIMAC. I want to express my gratitude to the Algonquin people on whose unceded territory we're meeting today. I'm originally from Winnipeg, Manitoba. My background is Icelandic, Canadian, and Red River Métis, and I live in Kingston, Ontario, on Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee land. I also want to acknowledge Dana Wesley, who works with CIMAC and was unable to join us this morning. And I'm very grateful to be up here with these amazing co-panelists. I'm very excited to hear what they have to say this morning. CIMAC was founded in the fall of 2015. It's a nonprofit organization supporting self-determination in Indigenous and community media through research, relationship building, advocacy, and learning. Our vision is a decolonized, participatory, representative, nonprofit, and sustainable community media and Indigenous media landscape. We don't yet have all the answers on how we're going to get there, but our work today is centered advocacy and support for Indigenous community media organizations interacting with the CRTC, engaging the CRTC directly on issues of racism and colonialism, and participating in learning and skill sharing events with Indigenous and community broadcasters. This presentation is based on that work and related research, exploring the Canadian government's Indigenous broadcasting policies from 1968 to 1998 in two contexts: the Canadian government's shifting colonial imperatives and Indigenous communities' efforts to create and control their own media as a way of sustaining language and culture under settler colonialism. The conclusion is going to investigate some possibilities for moving beyond colonial policy making towards centering self-determination of Indigenous communities in broadcasting. So the 1968 Broadcasting Act makes no mention of Indigenous peoples. It was designed to, quote, safeguard, enrich, and strengthen the nation of Canada from sea to sea. It established the CRTC, granted authority to ensure Canada retained control and ownership over the broadcasting system. The Act was established shortly after Lester B. Pearson announced his retirement and 1 year before Trudeau's white paper proposed to eliminate the Indian Act with the goal of assimilation. In both its content and its timing, the Broadcast Act served an assimilationist movement seeking to erase the identities, histories, and rights of Indigenous people living in what had become Canada. A major catalyst for Indigenous-owned and operated broadcasting came after 1973 when the CBC began broadcasting U.S. television via satellite into northern communities, and we heard a bit about that yesterday from Dr. Ross' presentation. Rosemarie Kaptana, who had later become president of the INUIT Broadcasting Corporation, likened the effect to a cultural neutron bomb that kills the people but leaves the buildings standing. And there's the full quote up on the slide. 1973 was also the year that the Supreme Court of Canada first acknowledged Aboriginal title to land as existing before colonization, rather than merely derived from colonial law, which was the case of Calder versus the Attorney General of BC. This time also coincided with broader movements for decolonization, civil rights, and social justice across Canada and around the world. Thanks in part to broadcast media, Indigenous activists on Turtle Island had greater awareness of and connection to liberation movements in Latin America and Africa, as well as radical civil rights groups in the US, like the Black Panthers and the American Indian movement. At home, this time was marked by the emergence of Native brotherhoods in Canadian prisons, the rise of radical Quebec nationalism, and Indigenous activism arising in reaction to the White Paper. In 1970, the Indian Chiefs of Alberta published Citizens Plus, also known as the Red Paper, which condemned Trudeau's proposal, and nearly 40 national and provincial Indigenous organizations emerged. It was a time of rapid change. Researcher Mark Stiles observed in a report to UNESCO that, quote, as Inuit and Indian groups organized to fight their battles in the political arena, a cultural rebirth occurred in the form of strengthened identity and cultural awareness. Native leaders became increasingly aware of the relationship between communications and cultural development and began to demand access to new communications technologies. In 1975, geographer Louis Edmond Hamelin, based at the University of Laval, published Nordicité Canadienne, translated in 1979 as Canadian Nordicity, it's your north too. In this work, Hamelin develops a classification system of polar values to define the north as land above an isonord located about 55 degrees latitude, and you can see that blue section on the map here. Hamelin encouraged inhabitants further south in what he called base Canada to understand their hopes and future lie with this north. Southern Canadians, he argued, must increase their understanding of this, quote, vast untapped hinterland to adopt a true northern personality. Hamelin's role in the advancement of colonialism is complicated. On the one hand, he urged cultural respect for Inuit and First Nations peoples and land. On the other hand, he identified the North as the territory upon which the future of the Canadian state would be defined. And so Hamelin set the stage for Canada's changing approach to both colonization and broadcast policy. After this time, processes of expropriation, extraction, and regulation would take place through the expansion of a Canadian state defined simultaneously through an explicit respect for Indigenous peoples' culture as part of the Canadian mosaic, and implicit entitlement to Indigenous lands and resources. As Bruce Miner has noted, Native language broadcasting was not a very contentious issue in contrast to disputes such as those over land claims. The topic of telecommunications gave the federal government an opening very much needed. By endorsing at least these claims, the authorities could be willing to listen to Aboriginal peoples. Although they were consulted, they were not always listened to. In 1978, the Inuit Tapirasat of Canada, or ITC, which is now the ITK, launched Inukshuk, linking 6 northern communities through satellite broadcasting. And the following year, the CRTC established a Committee on Extension of Services to Northern and Remote Communities, appointing Commissioner Réal Therrien as chair and Inuk John Amagolik as a member of the presiding panel. The committee's research included hundreds of briefs, interviews, and community consultations, marking the first time the CRTC had held hearings in the North. The ITC played a crucial role in these hearings, presenting its 7-point plan advocating for the creation of an Inuit broadcasting system, and that plan is featured up on the slide here. The Therrien Committee recommended in 1980 that, quote, urgent measures be taken to enable Northern Native people to use broadcasting to support their languages and cultures, end quote. The committee's report urged inclusion of Indigenous broadcasting as an essential component of the Canadian broadcasting system, arguing that Canada must provide Indigenous peoples with an opportunity to sustain their languages and cultures through broadcasting. The report also concluded that the CRTC should encourage license applications from Indigenous organizations to operate stations in Indigenous communities as a way of promoting Indigenous creative production and languages. The release of the report coincided with conclusion of the Inukshuk project, which had been a great success. Based on that success and the Therrien report, the ITC won a 3-year project extension for Inukshuk, and in 1981, the Inuit Broadcasting Corporation, or IBC, was incorporated and licensed by the CRTC to produce and distribute Inuktitut language television programming. The Council of Yukon Indians and Dene Nation were also licensed to serve Indigenous communities with programming. In 1982, Trudeau's government repatriated the Canadian Constitution. Section 35 of the Constitution Act, of course, recognizes and affirms Indigenous and treaty rights, providing protection of title to use of land for traditional practices. And that very same year, in 1982, the Department of Communications undertook a study on Northern Native broadcasting. The following March, the Northern Broadcasting Policy and Northern Native Broadcast Access Program were launched. The policy set out 5 key principles that were consistent with the Tarian Report. And these are pretty important. Northern residents should be offered access to increasing range of programming choices. People should have the opportunity to participate in CRTC processes affecting the character, quantity, and priority of programming broadcast in their communities. People should have fair access to broadcast distribution systems to maintain and develop their cultures and languages. Programming relevant to Native concerns, including content originated by Native people, should be produced for distribution on Northern Broadcasting Services wherever Native people form a significant proportion of the population. And Native representatives should be consulted regularly by government agencies engaged in establishing broadcast policies which would affect their cultures. The Access Program, which is now known as the Northern Aboriginal Broadcasting Aboriginal Peoples Program, was established with federal funding of $40.3 million over 4 years. Under this program, only organizations providing content for communities defined by Hamelin as having Nordicity could be eligible for funding. The Hamelin line sets the boundary for funding to the program to this very day. 13 regions were created north of the Hamelin line, each overseen by an Indigenous Communication Society. And Dr. Roth's presentation yesterday had a photo that showed exactly where the boundaries of those 13 societies were located. No policy or funding was put in place for Indigenous broadcasting south of the Hamelin line. As a result, communities to the south struggled to create their own representative radio and television in these years, often through low-power community and pirate radio. One example is CKON, a station that began broadcasting with low-power FM transmitter from Akwesasne in 1982. Rather than holding a license from the CRTC or the American FCC, the station operated under a proclamation by the Mohawk Nation. And another example, of course, is CKRZ, which we're going to hear about. The regulatory attention and resources focused on Northern Indigenous broadcasting in the early 1980s was not a golden age of perfection and endless money. In December of 1984, the CRTC announced formation of a broadcasting committee to address problems that were being experienced by Indigenous communication societies funded through the program. While the societies operated and maintained their own studios and production equipment, they were dependent upon other broadcasters, primarily the CBC, for distribution. Program funds could only be accessed once a distributor had agreed to share the content, but the CBC didn't have a direct mandate to prioritize Indigenous programming. Rather, its role, defined in the 1968 Broadcast Act, was to, quote, contribute to the development of national unity and provide for a continuing expression of Canadian identity. Indigenous broadcasters often found themselves stuck with late night or otherwise unfavorable time slots for content, particularly television. And this resulted in the societies alleging lack of fair access, as had been promised under the policy. Further, both the Access Program and CBC experienced severe cutbacks under a new conservative government elected in the fall of 1984. And so the well-intentioned principles of the Northern Broadcasting Policy proved difficult to implement. Following a series of public hearings in the fall of 1985, the CRTC released a public notice entitled Northern Native Broadcasting to address concerns brought before the Broadcasting Committee and in recent hearings. In addition to the issues of fair access and funding, the notice identified problems with the Access Program not funding training as part of content production. Further, between distribution and infrastructure problems, as well as the lack of funding for radio south of the Hamelin line, many small Indigenous communities remained unserved by any radio or television service. The notice included an acknowledgement of the achievements made by Northern broadcasters in spite of all these problems, stating, quote, "The Commission commends Canada's Native people who have harnessed sophisticated communications technology to link vast regions of the North that are united by bonds of common language with valued and relevant programming, beginning with community radio experiments utilizing the most rudimentary equipment and production capabilities. In just a few years, Native peoples across Canada's North had demonstrated their capabilities as broadcasters, communicators, and guardians of their cultural heritage." Which, every time I read that, I appreciate the sentiment, and yet I also sense this overwhelming smugness that I really dislike. By this time, the 13 communications societies funded through the Access Program were providing radio and television to more than 250,000 people, employing 300 staff, producing 262 hours of radio and television programming in more than 30 Indigenous languages every week. New radio stations were sprouting up across the land, along with grassroots community and campus stations that in some cases featured local Indigenous programming. An example would be the Métis Matters program at Vancouver Co-op Radio, which started in 1989. By 1988, there were more than 100 Native community stations in operation, 2/3 of these receiving and rebroadcasting programming produced by the Access program-funded regional societies. The consultation process around Northern Native broadcasting coincided with the development of new policies defining community and ethnic broadcasting in the mid-'80s. While Northern Native broadcast hearings were underway and community and ethnic radio policies were being implemented, the Mulroney government also established a task force on broadcast policy led by Gerald Kaplan and Florian Sauvageau. And their report, published in 1986, proposed a new broadcasting act that would include legal recognition for Indigenous and community broadcasting. In May 1989, the CRTC called for comments in a review of Northern Native broadcasting, and based on information gathered through written submissions, the Commission released a public notice in February 1990 setting out its proposed definition and classes for Native broadcasting, indicating it planned to move away from a Northern focus to encourage Native broadcasting across Canada. This same month, the federal government eliminated the Native Communications Program, which had funded Indigenous community radio and newspapers across the country, and they also cut the Northern Native Broadcast Access Program by 16%. The current policy, CRTC 1990-89, was issued a few months later towards the end of the Oka resistance. The policy was put in place without any public hearings. For the policy, the Commission decided that its definition of Native would be the definition of Aboriginal used in Canada's Constitution, including First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Under the policy, they define a Native undertaking as owned and controlled by a nonprofit organization whose structure provides for board membership by the Native population of the region served. Its programming can be in any Native Canadian language or in either or both of the official languages, but should be oriented to the Native population and reflect the interests and needs of the Native audience it is licensed to serve. The policy did not update or adapt the 5 principles of the Northern Broadcasting Policy, instead focusing on classifications and requirements of stations. 3 types of undertakings are defined: Type A and B, and television broadcasters. Type A stations are licensed to operate in areas where there's no commercial AM or FM radio. Type B are for areas where at least one other commercial broadcaster exists. And the policy defined a Native program as a program in any language directed specifically towards a distinct Native audience, or a program about any aspect of the life, interests, or culture of Canada's Native people, stipulating that non-Native individuals should not be prevented from making programs of interest to Aboriginal people. Which is, again, a nice sentiment, but simultaneously opens up a Pandora's box of cultural appropriation. By the following year, 29 Type A and 10 Type B low-power Native radio stations had been licensed under this policy, along with TVNC. However, the number of licensed stations represented only a small fraction of Indigenous radio outlets, which numbered over 150 by the early 90s. A new Broadcasting Act came out in 91, the first broadcasting statute in Canadian history to refer to Canada's Indigenous peoples, stating that programming that reflects the Aboriginal cultures of Canada should be provided within the Canadian broadcasting system as resources become available for this purpose. In 1998, Indigenous radio stations operating in locations where no commercial stations were in operation were exempted from licensing of most aspects of the radio regulations. However, there's a lot of regulations involved in this exemption from the regulations. So today there are about 250 Native radio outlets across Canada, most operating in small communities under an exemption. Jennifer David noted to the 2004 Task Force on Aboriginal Languages and Culture, quote, "There's no association for Aboriginal community radio, virtually no support, scant acknowledgement of their work, and little opportunity for stations to network and learn from each other. Each station develops its own mandate and programming priorities. Many struggle to continue broadcasting and are sometimes kept on the air through the dedication of a small number of people, often volunteers." So I'm going to wrap up soon, but I do want to touch on several threads that we can draw from this review of Canadian government efforts to regulate Indigenous broadcasting between 1968 and 98. In these years, firstly, government policy shifted from the complete erasure and assimilation of Indigenous peoples towards one expressing respect for Indigenous identity typified in the Broadcast Act. However, the effectiveness and impacts of the resulting policies, most of which are still in effect, have not been reviewed by the government across more than 2 decades of technological and social change, not to mention RCAP, the TRC, and Idle No More. In many cases, the government's most progressive policies were implemented as a means of undoing or controlling damage previously done by the government itself. The Northern broadcasting policies were developed in the aftermath of the destructive impacts that rapid propagation of US TV had had on Northern languages, cultures, and community ties. The Native broadcasting policy emerged after years of cuts to the Access program, as well as the dramatic inequities faced by Indigenous broadcasters south of the Hamlin Line. Scholar Eve Tuck has proposed a framework of desire as an antidote to damage-centered research. Her framework rejects the notion of a systemically oppressed communities as defeated or broken, embracing the complex and sometimes contradictory nature of strategies for regeneration under oppressive power structures. Her framework of desire recognizes sovereignty as a core element of Indigenous being and meaning-making. Gerald Weisener's concept of survivance is another key component of this framework, defined as, quote, moving beyond our basic survival in the face of overwhelming cultural genocide to create spaces of synthesis and renewal. This framework can be adapted to the damage-centered policies of the Canadian government with regard to broadcasting. Within the history of these policies, both in the context of the government's ongoing cultural genocide and the context of Indigenous peoples' desire for and actions towards sovereignty, we can observe circumstances and mechanisms through which survivance and self-determination prevail above and beyond regulation, expropriation, and assimilation. Indigenous broadcasters have been tireless and passionate advocates for their communities, and we can learn something by centering the achievements and desires of these leaders. Studying the Access program in the Wawate network in 1986, Bruce Miner observed, quote, the desire to preserve the languages and culture of the Anishinaabe Nation threads through the Wawate story, in a sense binding it all together. It was this desire, among others, that led the chiefs to create the Communication Society in the first place. Ever since, it has continued to define Wawate's activities. Almost everything they do is considered at some point in terms of these goals. Miner concluded that despite its faults, the Access program had served as a vehicle of empowerment for Indigenous peoples in Canada's north. They demanded, he says, and eventually got programs that would give Native people a local alternative, broadcasts about themselves in the languages of their ancestors. Charles Fairchild has done a study of CKRZ and noted that the station had become, quote, one of a number of strategies of cultural survival for those it serves, providing local control over and access to communication resources and important information. And Dr. Ross, studying community radio in Kahnawake and Gunnesatake during the Oka Resistance, concluded the stations were critical in building a public opinion support base for the Mohawk position, but also in mediating conflicts and crises as they arose. Gary Farmer commented more than 20 years ago that, quote, whether we produce film, radio, stories that are being read in our daily newspapers, whether we do shows for public access TV, it's all part of the same notion of taking control of our songs, of our images. And we determine what the audience will see and what they won't see. And we've never had that kind of control before. And to me, I don't understand how we can self-govern ourselves until we take control of our electronic media, until we take control of the images that reflect our reality. These and countless other examples can demonstrate how Indigenous broadcasting has created empowering spaces of survivance in the face of cultural genocide. Through community-based broadcast and electronic media, fundamental aspects of self-determination are made available to all willing to participate. And when Indigenous communities control their own stations and platforms, they're empowered to liberate these media even further. So in pursuing a new policy for Indigenous broadcasting, we can take direction from the Indigenous communities and leaders who have empowered their desire and sovereignty through the media. These examples suggest a need for yet further deregulation of grassroots broadcasters operating on treaty lands, giving communities greater control over their airwaves, as well as expanded sustainable and accountable funding to support community-based, nonprofit, Indigenous-controlled media initiatives north of the Medicine Line, not the Hamlin Line. Training, networking, language resurgence, and content sharing need to be key components of these kinds of projects. Most of the diverse Indigenous groups participating in the Northern Native Broadcasting hearings of 1985 also recommended that an Indigenous person be appointed to the CRTC as a commissioner to ensure Indigenous concerns would be given adequate consideration. To date, only one Indigenous person has ever served as a commissioner, Ron Williams, appointed in 1999. With more than half a century of Indigenous broadcast production and activism behind us, there are countless Indigenous people with expertise and interest to provide leadership in this capacity, and there is no legitimate reason why the desire for Indigenous representation on the commission should remain unfulfilled. And I'm going to conclude with a quote from Paul Kwasa, a producer for the Inuit Broadcasting Corporation, speaking to the importance of Indigenous broadcasting as a vehicle for sovereignty fueled by desire. He says, "We do not have stability in our funding. Our ability to plan is limited. Our job security is limited. What we do have, though, is strong commitment to what we're doing, providing a service that no one else can or does. Our language and culture is strong despite forces that have attempted to weaken us, the church, the residential school system, and indeed the proliferation of television signals available in our communities, to name a few. We also have a desire to do more than what we are doing, or we feel that our efforts will be no more than a token. Regulatory and legislative support exists in CRTC policy and in the Broadcasting Act, which specifically recognizes the special place of Aboriginal peoples within Canadian society. From task forces to royal commissions, our role has been affirmed. It's now time to ensure that the resources are made available to support our contribution."
Thank you very much, Christiana. And that was really excellent to get us started off today on this panel, and really to the types of questions and conversations we'll be having throughout the day. I find it really important to ground the discussion in the fact, in that history from 1968 where this Broadcasting Act is brought in, that's really about defining Canada and ensuring Canada's identity from sea to sea, followed quickly by the White Paper Act in 1969. But then to see how resistance and Indigenous action has really reacted to that, to say, sorry, we're not going to be so easily erased that way. But to follow that through, particularly within the communications framework that's been there, and we saw it repeated over and over and over throughout that history, including in the current framework right now, that it is a unilateral system done by the state, imposed on Indigenous peoples, and that control remains with the state exclusively, holding on to it, and never even letting go a little bit, even with respect to representation on the CRTC, or allowing Indigenous peoples to even define themselves in many ways when we talk about the current native broadcasting policy, and that definition of native and what is native content and who is the native audience, so to speak. And another thing with respect to resources, I think it's important to think about, and then I'll go on to John.
Hello. Between the two of them, they've already done my presentation. So, we'll move on.
Just the geography. So we saw the Hamlin line. We see how resources are connected to geography. But we have to think about when the CRTC is licensing non-Indigenous stations or commercial stations to broadcast in and over Indigenous territories, that we don't see the wealth produced from those undertakings being returned to those Indigenous peoples whose territories are being broadcasted over. So we'll turn it over to John Gagnon from Wawate to talk about sovereignty broadcasting.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I scrapped my my presentation, so I am going from the hard right at this point. And if the panel's called decolonization, that starts with our own individual healing process, and that decolonization starts with the individual. And it's quite evident that some bodies of government are not at that place yet. They're not willing to allow us to decolonize. And I think the decision that came out this week is quite evident of that, because we brought forth our own authority, and that authority was overturned by what I esteemed it appears to be pettiness. But I did want to start why radio was so important to me and decolonizing. I left home, of course, like most people, at the age of 17, I think, and I wasn't doing well in high school, so my father got me a job with Via Rail down south in Toronto. And that was the first day that I realized you could no longer blame anything on your parents, because every decision from that point forth was being made by myself. But it was also the beginning of an arduous journey of unlearning a lot of negative learned behaviors that came through the imposed dysfunctions of ill policies like residential schools and reservations and what have you. And I think we can sit here and talk about all the negative stuff and cry about it for forever. But it was the moment you take responsibility and owning the mistakes you made and knowing that you didn't start the fire. It's something that's just been perpetuating through your own DNA for generations. And you have to step back and relearn how to behave. Because what happened in our homes, and this is shared with a lot of our homes and families, that the behavior we saw growing up, it appeared to be normal. So now bringing that into the context of radio, ever since I was young, I remember my father giving me a radio when I think I was about 7 or 8. The first thing I did was took it apart. I couldn't figure out how the friggin' sound was coming in from that antenna and into the room. So, and carefully put everything back together. But of course, things got mixed around, and volume button was the opposite, and so nobody could use my radio after that. But that was the first experience of it. And in our home community, we had the French station had what was called Hilltop Rendezvous, which all the people in town would get in their cars and drive up to the radio station, and they would make requests. So it would be something like this: I want to listen to the Beatles, and I wanted to dedicate to my mother, my father, my sister, my brother. And that was every car, and of course, whatever song was a hit that summer is what was replayed the most, but they would only play it 3 times in a row. Not 4. But then they play a separate song and then do another 3 in a row. And then it was late night radio where you start hearing adult talk and stuff about that happens within the confines of mainstream Canada. And hearing things about economics and investment and long-term thinking, retirement plan. These were not things that we heard about or talked about in our family. They're the things that were foreign to us. So we had no ability to grasp them at a young age. And then, of course, you got to talking about psychology and healing. And that was when, I'd have to say, maybe 12 or 13 is when I started questioning our own behaviors in our family. So it wasn't until I started working in the residential school file that I realized where these problems came from, and understood that we didn't start the fire, but we were certainly feeding it with unknown behavior. And this is something that awareness has, and that's what communication did for me, and it was particularly through radio. I never really ever thought I'd work in radio, but I always loved radio by passion, by art. Not the technological aspect of it, but certainly the communication aspect. I think I always thought maybe at one point I'd be a broadcaster because I seemed to be comfortable in front of a microphone and a captive audience. But either way, it's the decolonizing starts individually. We start learning, unlearning, and then, hopefully helping someone else. And that's where radio really becomes a power. So if each and every one of us are able to share our stories on how we learn to unlearn, then each and every family that's connected to that radio is going to slowly, push that over. And I think, I don't think the government wants that for us. There's too much money in suffrage. There's way too much money in suffrage. And I think if it was a choice, they'd have money for programming. They'd have money for other sorts, and I think the CRTC would have done the right thing by allowing people of Ontario to run their own radio station. But again, that's why I have this clear, definitive idea They don't want us to decolonize. So that means we have to do it even more. And we got to do it twice as hard. And if we can get the message out of how to heal and how to, fight those demons that, are constantly chasing nipping at our heels. I don't think I went over 15 minutes today. No? So, hey, we should have started that from the beginning. I'm teasing. But that's it. I just wanted to make it personal. And I thought maybe I'd take this opportunity because we can talk about sovereignty and broadcasting all we want. What wasn't mentioned in treaties? But we're kicking a dead horse. Really what has to happen is this conversation has to happen either between nation to nation or, where every other conversation goes when it doesn't make it there, and that's the Supreme Court. And, reconciliation. I was told something the other day, and it really kind of still sticks with me, that maybe it's us that has to, lower or bow to something. And I was so ticked off when I heard that. I thought to myself, how much more can we bow till we're finally laying on the ground on our stomachs? It's now time for Canada to bow a bit, to accept a little responsibility, and to accept that, they're part of our fabric, and they couldn't erase us from theirs. So with that, miigwech, I appreciate everybody for coming out, and, come again. Thank you.
Okay. Are you ready?
Hey, coming to the table.
Sego, so guego. I'm not going to speak in that thing because I'm a... What's that? Oh. That's awful.
Yes.
All right. Sego, so guego. Yago wenadogo neong yats. My English name is Claudine. My Mohawk name, which is the more important one, is Yogowenadogo. And that means that her words are correct. And the people in my community gave me that because I lay it on the line. And that's okay. So I'm going to lay it on the line today. And I speak to you as a Mohawk woman, and more importantly, I speak to you as a grandmother. My responsibility, in our language, we all are responsible for the children, all of us. But even more so, the women are responsible for the children. Because we believe that there's a certain magic because women can produce children. And there's a certain understanding through the language that the greatest gift that can be given to us are children. So we're given a gift and we better look after it. We better make sure. And that's sort of the small picture, but the big picture is, who are they? We have to raise these children up to understand who they are. And in today's society, that's a very difficult thing because you walk two paths all the time. And one is no more important than the other. And we go to English schools with their ideas, and we also go to the Longhouse, which has our ideas. Our friend, Art Manuel, said, we have to face the fact that Canada is a settler state that was created by Great Britain to take over our indigenous territories, to use and benefit, to the use and benefit of Canada. And if you look at who we are today, it's absolutely clear that we have been colonized. Anybody here watch Downton Abbey? Don't be shy, raise your hand. I watched Downton Abbey. But you know what? I watched it 6 times. Every session. And what I wanted to know, I like the story, but what I wanted to know is, who are they? What do they do? Why do they do it? And all you have to do is listen to the Dowager Countess and Carson the butler to realize how they brought that way of living to us. They talked about land ownership. We didn't talk about land ownership. That wasn't our idea. Our idea that the Creator gave it to us for us to use, and nobody could put a fence around it. We believed that our land was our wealth. And when we had no land, we had no wealth, and we became impoverished. Did any of those Brits care? Not really. And so we need to move that issue forward. Language. The world is different in a different language. Very different. The ideas are different. In my language, the word for mother is almost the same word, or in fact is the same word, as you use for your mother's sister. What does that tell us? That tells us that our mother's sisters are the same as your mother. They have the same responsibility, and we have the same responsibility and duty to them. As a result, I used to chase my children all over the place because they would be with this aunt and this other aunt. Also, education. The education that we got and that our children got resulted from the British worldview. And lots of times we didn't even understand it. But to put it simply, if you look through some of those textbooks that I used, I found a textbook that was published in 1954. And when I went to school, a little bit later, it was still being in use. And the way they spoke about us as Aboriginal people was disgraceful. The way they spoke about us as being these little people over there who wore beads and feathers, and it was like we had no knowledge of ourselves in the cosmos. We had no knowledge. Our languages were less than. And so you have to understand that whole groups of people in Ontario, anyway, were raised up with that idea. Everybody who went to English school in Ontario for decades were raised up with those ideas, and they still have them today. My husband was a French speaker, and he went to school in French, and it was the same in French. His people were treated the same as our people. Algonquins were bad guys, and here we are on their territory. They're not so bad guys. I married one. And the whole institution in which we live is founded upon British ideals. to the point where, you know, I used to wonder, I used to watch people eat. And I thought it was kind of odd the way some people ate. In North America, for the most part, we put the fork in our right hand, right? Most people who are right-handed put the fork in their right hand and then switch and cut and switch back. If you look at how the table is set, the fork is on the left side. Why is it on the left side? Because the British people use the fork in their left hand. We can't even set the table the way we want. That is, I mean, it's a simple thing. It's a very simple thing, but it's very pervasive. We do not know how colonized we really are. And this is something we as Aboriginal people, and I guess I can speak for Mohawks, we don't like that. We want to be who we are. We want to think our own thoughts. We want to think in our own language. And we don't want somebody else telling us what's good and what's not good. And one of the things that really bothers me, and I've seen it around here a lot, and maybe I'll have to go on this little campaign. You see a lot of written documentation that says Canada's native people. And if you understand English at all, you know that an apostrophe S means possession, ownership. I tell you right here now, Canada does not own us. We are the first people in this country, and nobody owns us. And so people better quit saying that. So this is about decolonization. And what does it all mean? A lady, I think it's a lady, called Dr. Shanine Pete, anybody know that person? Said, decolonizing media is more than simply hiring Indigenous reporters. Decolonizing in media challenges us to reform media and to change the republication of domination in this field. Who gets to speak? Who tells the stories? That's important. Who tells the story? I was at another meeting one time when a fellow said, if we don't tell our own stories, somebody else will. And given that this is Canada's 150th birthday, I can tell you that Canada has been telling our story for 150 years. But that is done now. We're going to tell our own story. And the next time I speak to you, when I say, Sego so guego, you'll know what I'm saying. Because I'm saying, hello, everybody. I think it's really important that we use our languages. And I'll have to say I'm not fluent, but I'm proud to say that my daughter and her family are fluent in Mohawk. Nothing better than to see a 3-year-old speaking Mohawk. That is the most awesome thing that ever happened in my life, because I heard my grandpa speak it too, and my grandma. And 2 generations in the middle, it was gone, and now it's back. The media has a large role to play in reshaping the public understanding and public opinion of who we are as Aboriginal people in this country. And I have to say, this is one of my other song and dances, I have a lot, is that although we're referred to as Aboriginal or Indigenous, we're more than that. I'm Haudenosaunee. There are Anishinaabe, and please, if anybody's Cree out there, tell me it's right or wrong, and Muskegowuk. That's basically who we are in this province. We are not tribes, we are nations of people. The government, any government, does not make treaties with tribes. Treaties are nation to nation, and that's why there are treaties in Canada. Because when the Brits got here, we were nations of people. And for our people, the Haudenosaunee, Iroquois, as you would know, when they got here, they needed us. Because, well, first of all, they were starving and we needed to give them food. And they were sick and we needed to give them medicine. But even more so, they needed us for the fur trade. And the Brits needed us to fight the French. And that's when we were important. We were still important in the War of 1812. If it wasn't for the Iroquois and some southern Anishinaabe people, we would be the United States today, and Trump would be our president. Swallow that one if you can. Even in the 2 world wars, we were needed. And when I say we were needed, I tell you that probably, and I know in my community in Brant County, our people volunteered significantly more on a per capita basis than our surrounding non-Native community, because our people felt like we were allies to the British at that point because they had needed us. But look what happened afterwards. All of a sudden, we're Canada's Native people. And so things have changed, and we have to rise up. We have to put it right, and that's called decolonization. How do we put it right? We can use the media as one big area where we can put it right. One of the things that I find bothersome is that, and we talked about that on the steps out here this morning on the front porch, is that oftentimes we ask for Native this or Native that or Native the other thing. Well, we are the first people of this country. We should not be sitting over here having our own little thing. We should be pervasive in the media. Sure, it's important to stick together and to try to support each other, but also the people of this country know nothing about us. Nothing. All they read is what they read in the newspaper, that we're a bunch of drunks, we're all lazy, and we're all on welfare. And that's not the way it is. They've never visited a reserve, they don't know what's going on, and they even say reservation, which is United States, whereas reserve is Canada. So we need to educate them. On the whole, I tend to think that a lot of Aboriginal, a lot of non-Native people, or settlers as they're called today, wouldn't necessarily be watching APTN. So we need to work to decolonize them as well. We need to be more pervasive in CBC, and I'll have to say, CBC is a lot better these days than it was. I heard this morning an interview with Sherman Alexie, which was very interesting. We, as radio station people, we need to partner up with each other, but also with our local radio stations so that they will have a better understanding of who we are. We also need to partner up with international radio stations, i.e. BBC, because they're all over the world. And there are many countries who are very interested in us. And to have this international support is useful for us. Some of the countries about which I speak are Germany and Japan, very, very interested in our cultures. As a matter of fact, they have Indian clubs in Japan, in Germany. Has anybody heard of that?
German powwows.
Yeah, yeah. It's totally amazing. I promise not to bore you too much. I almost finished. We need to develop, it's been talked about here, we need to develop our own associations, sort of at the provincial level and certainly at the national level. Because, and I don't know how long this has been going on, like this kind of venue, but I never felt until I went to Halifax a few weeks ago that we really had any support. I kind of felt like CKRZ was just kind of struggling along on its own. But I think by associating together in a more formal way, that we can share the burden and move forward together. And so we need to do that. We also need a national association so that we can have meetings like this at least once a year so that we can talk to each other. A lot of networking needs to take place. And as was said before, we need a seat on the CRTC because we need to decolonize them as well. We need partnerships with the CBC. They're doing a pretty good job, but there are lots of pieces of information that they don't necessarily have. Pieces of information about us, because we are not just Aboriginal people. We are Haudenosaunee, Muskegwa, Anishinaabe, and then there's people all the way across the country, Mi'kmaq, Squamish, we're everybody. And so we cannot allow our nationhood identity to diminish. And we need to ensure that people of this country understand that. So we are not just Aboriginal people. And finally, our languages hold within them that deeper understanding of who we are as a people. It talks about the relationships that should exist. It talks about all of the ways of knowing and being in our languages, and we cannot allow them to diminish. Already in my community, Six Nations, one of our languages is, for all intents and purposes, dead, Tuscarora. Our last fluent speaker died about 25 years ago. And there are people who can read and write in Tuscarora, but there's no speakers. And when I was little, my aunt married a Tuscarora from Tuscarora Reserve across the border. And when I was little, I used to go into the garage at the back of her house. Her husband was a mechanic, and his two brothers and his sister would come over there, and they would talk in Tuscarora. I heard it. And I know that in that language are very deep ideas of who the Tuscarora people are. But it's gone. They're all dead. The language is gone. But we still have languages in all of our communities that are alive, some of them more alive than others. So we need to ensure that radio can be a strong vehicle to continue that language. TV is, and the internet is, to some degree, but the radio, because it's more local, can be a strong advocate for maintaining those languages. Because if the languages die, we're all dead. Now, go.
All right. Thank you very, very, very much. We'll turn it to questions. And after this is lunch, so we'll make sure we have ample time for
No
questions.
more questions. Go to lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. That was really, really enjoyable. In looking at, some of the illustrations and seeing where it is incumbent upon us and government as well to make sure that policies are always looked at on a regular basis, because you can see from what was put up there and what was put into policy years and years ago, a lot of that has been tossed by the wayside. With regard to licensing and what it is that Aboriginal stations have to go through, I think too, there should be a way where within a huge Aboriginal area for people who are going to be setting up commercial operations, non-Aboriginal, it should be put to them whether or not they will have an impact on Aboriginal people, on Aboriginal languages. When, years and years ago, when you grew up with the Four Seasons, you grew up with night and day, and you were guided by weather. For a lot of us, we went to residential school, and immediately you're in a regimented kind of structure. And unlike Claudine, I have a problem with CBC for a number of reasons. One is that it's dictated in a lot of areas that you can be a native only at this time of the day. And then when that's over, come back 24 hours later and you can be a native again for 1 hour. Whereas with Aboriginal stations, we own what we own. We dictate what we do. For the Northern Service, CBC has never had a very, very good record with Brown management. In fact, in 1983, I was told by the CBC that Native people didn't have the ability to manage.
What going to?
And I think with the way it is in some areas of the country where the CBC is, that's used against us as Aboriginal broadcasters by Heritage Canada. So where there's a strong broadcaster, they should be the ones who are the caretakers of the language and not the CBC.
Absolutely.
So that should be taken away from the CBC for that specific region and given to the Aboriginal broadcasters. That will take the argument away of having Aboriginal broadcasters funded for what it is they do and what it is that they do best. And it's, you know, I mean, the government, sometimes you think they're just great subscribers to Schadenfreude. And, you know, for a lot of the things that we have to deal with and we have to struggle with that eventually come to fruition, you have to wonder sometimes with Truth and Reconciliation, you know, with some of the changes in policy over time that sort of help to improve as to why is it that Canada always has to be embarrassed into doing the right thing? You know, the reputation of the country is eroding around the world because people are finding out what Canada really is all about and how it is that they treat us. And if we're going to struggle with this thing with Aboriginal broadcasting, I mean, does the minister want her legacy to be that which tore down Aboriginal broadcasters across the country, or somebody that stepped up and helped us evolve into this new millennium? You know, that's a question that they have to ask themselves.
Thank you, Les.
Yeah.
He said it all. Well, that falls heavily into our situation, and thank you, Les. You said everything. So when do we go knock on the door?
I'm curious to people's responses to something in the TRC recommendations that distresses me, which is that the media calls to action specifically go to CBC and APTN as opposed to making recommendations for media practitioners or for Indigenous people's own already existing broadcasting organizations. And I'm curious from people in the room in general, their thoughts on this.
Well, I think for Wawate, it's actually it's a misnomer, because the language recommendations say the people of the region should be in control of the language, and the communities and people of that region, and that includes broadcasting because we're broadcasting in language. So they contradict themselves with their media recommendations. So I don't know. So I guess you got to wonder who wrote that part of that report, because not all the proper edits get in, you know. And I noticed when I worked in residential schools, it was like that. There's so much to say that not everybody could say it all. So some people were, you know, I remember seeing a letter come to a survivor where she was denied the common experience payment, and the way they wrote the letter. And this was coming from INAC, and we were vetting all communications, but somehow this letter got out to a person, and she was pretty much implicated in the letter that she was lying about her attendance at residential school, and that's why her case wasn't going any further. Meanwhile, you know, the whole family was taken off to residential school, and it's how embarrassing the government would be to award her brother common experience payment and then almost call her a liar saying she didn't go. Like, I mean, these are the things that we're dealing with, and until Canada really decides to step back and say, I think it's time for you guys to take over. You know who you are, you know who your languages are, you don't need to teach anthropologists to come in to have proper protocol in our communities. You know, the umpteen consultants and lawyers that have gotten rich off our communities over the years has sucked the money out of our own economy that we could be building our own capacity with. But instead, you know, it's like the little brother that never shuts up, you know, until he gets caught, and then he cries foul, you know, and then he runs down the street and he calls you another name again, and then he gets up to him again and he cries foul. This is our relationship with Canada. And unfortunately, it's based on a very abusive relationship that could be equated to how domestic violence affects our homes. So we're used to living within this dysfunction. We're used to living within these ideas that we could be pushed down and we're no good. Like, we even tell ourselves that still to this day.
Can I jump in?
Yes, you can.
You know, when I was young, I lived with my grandparents. And my mom had to go off to work. And my grandfather had been a person who worked in high steel, and he worked mostly in New York State. And he said to me one time, you know, he said, in order for you to get along in this world and be successful, you have to know who you are, but you have to know who they are. And you have to do whatever it is they do, you have to do it better than they do it. And so I discovered that to be true, because people assumed that because I was a Native person that I couldn't do things like this, managing things. That's ridiculous. There are managers and there are non-managers. There are people who do it well, people who don't. That's where it's important to know who you are and what your own abilities are. And our people have the same abilities as anybody, but we lack the proper education in most instances. Now, being a teacher and having taught on the reserve and off the reserve and in universities and so on, I won't bore you with those stories, but I think that the time has come. The time has now come that we can walk into any institution anywhere and still be Haudenosaunee. We don't have to subscribe to their values. We want them to subscribe to our values. But we have to know that. We have to know them. We have to know why the fork is on the left side. And then we can be successful in who we are. Nyao go.
Do we have time for one more question? Yeah. Or Christiana, did you want to?
Just a comment about this money going to the CBC and APTN instead of, I mean, I think it goes back to that sort of imperative of the Canadian government. Yes, we respect your culture, we're going to give you money for your culture and your language, but it's all going to go to these national broadcasters that tend to portray a pan-Indigenous experience or, don't have as much in-language programming. The CBC's mandate changed somewhat in the 1991 Broadcast Act to put in some diversity, but it's still this idea that, oh yes, here's your space, but it's not actually going into the communities, it's not actually empowering nations to create and run their own media. And this is something I heard Stephen from Nipavut say yesterday, was that his problem with APTN is that the Inuit are not represented at all. Like, it's almost all First Nations. And when I think of my background, like I mentioned the Métis Matters program at Co-op Radio, well, that's one of like the only examples I have of a Métis radio program, let alone a Métis radio station. And I'm from Winnipeg, and I don't know of a Métis radio station in the motherland. So, I think when we don't even have that infrastructure in communities to represent the interests of these very diverse nations and cultures, and the government gives more money to national initiatives, it further does that two-pronged approach of, yes, we respect you, while we regulate you to death and expropriate and assimilate you.
I'd just like to make a comment, a difficult comment to make, but I think I would like to make it in any case. I'm not sure why CBC should restrict its programming of Native content, interviewing really interesting Native people, doing really interesting Native stories produced by Native people. There's more and more programming on CBC television and radio about Native life from a Native perspective. Someone like Anna Maria Tremonti is doing a really good job with interviews of Native people across the country. And I'm very concerned about the cross-cultural relationship aspect of restricting CBC or CTV or any of the other national stations to just content that doesn't reflect the diversity of the country, which sort of is the implication of what Les's comment was. Why should only Native people listen to Native content on Native radio stations, and non-Native people not get access to those radio stations?
Didn't say that either.
And I'm not talking about the recent decision. I'm just talking in general, from general perspective. If non-Native people listen to CBC, and in particular, because they're doing, I think, a really good job, and learn more about Native people from a Native perspective, I think that has a really positive impact on their understanding and their reduction of fear and perhaps a reduction of racism about Native people and reduction of stereotyping. It's really, really hard to break into the cognitive deficits that non-Native people have been brought up to think with. It's really hard to unlearn, as you're talking about. And how do you unlearn except by being exposed to things that contradict your negative learning and provide you with a much more positive view and a much more clearer understanding of people that you have been taught to misunderstand through misrepresentation or through absence of representation. No, I really just want to make it.
You said you're going to ask a question that I was going to respond to earlier, but then you've gone into 4 more questions, so I'd like to know.
Okay, so what are your responses to this?
Well, first off, I want to address the CBC thing.
Okay.
First and foremost, I agree with Les, and I also agree that CBC is doing a great thing for mainstream Canada, and that's what it's good for. Our languages aren't taken into play with CBC Aboriginal. We don't know who's actually in what region in CBC Aboriginal, so we don't know if we're being represented by our regional cultures and languages and dialects from these CBC Aboriginal. But what I can tell you is companies like Wawate have been around for 20 to 30 years longer than CBC Aboriginal, and if Canada really wanted to reconcile, those departments would have come to our companies in each province and made us the departments for CBC Aboriginal. Second, it's misappropriation once again. So because the title, I think the word is Indigenous now anyways. I think we're away from Aboriginal and Native and Indian. So we're into Indigenous now. We've got to keep up with the language changes. So this idea that here we are, that it's a further erosion of our culture and languages by misappropriating funds that would otherwise be earmarked for Aboriginal use in those regions. That is exactly what misappropriation is. So here we are, we have this great body, but they're not pushing the language. They're not pushing anything that we are asking for or that we've done for decades. We don't ever get a call from CBC Aboriginal when it comes to one of the deaths in our communities or one of the suicides or, as of late, Thunder Bay with the inquests. So we don't field any of those questions. Yet we're writing articles about it. The CBC doesn't syndicate anything. You know, they could be coming to us and say, hey, can we utilize that article and republish it nationally? They don't do that to any of the communication societies. So actually it's quite exclusive. And it's more based around the people who are working in CBC and what they want to see. And as long as it makes Canada look good, happy birthday, Canada, it's 150. We're done. We're done.
We're done.
Done.
There really should be adequate
Oh.
funding for all Native
Dude, man,
communication
you're the moderator.
societies.
You gotta take that away.
Oh, Nakiwake. Now go.
I'm done. It's been long. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. So we'll go to lunch, and then afterwards we'll pick it up with forum on policy.
Welcome to the Policy Forum. We're going to get started. The point of this session is to continue our conversation about the policy. So the policy's been passed out. We've presented it in every regional gathering we've gone to. I'm going to pull up the outcomes document here. The outcomes document is the same thing that we put on the website. So indigenousradio.ca. And when you come here, everything with regard to the conference is available in the open access resources page. You can click conference archives. And when you scroll down here, you can have the draft outcomes from the regional events. And yesterday we reviewed the outcomes with regard to process. On policy, we were asking, what should the policy entail? What are the elements to include or exclude? And what changes could be required to the 1991 Broadcast Act to ensure the policy is upheld? So again, the key themes were to include sustainable and suitable resources for Indigenous stations and broadcasters. This includes appropriate funding, infrastructure, equipment, and technical supports. Need a fair system for allocating funds. Again, this comes from a comment that was raised in the regional gatherings. It was Les Carpenter talking about the policy says that Indigenous broadcasters are the best to determine the needs and the interests of their communities, and Les observed that it's heritage who determines the needs and the interests through funding and what they fund and what they don't fund. So this is where the fair system comes in. Who gets to decide? Funding must be stable and keep up with rising costs of running a station. Many stations, broadcasters complained about outdated equipment. In Iqaluit, we heard about how the Northwest Territories government had actually set up transmitters for every hamlet in Nunavut. And then when Nunavut became Nunavut, the Northwest Territories never serviced those transmitters again. And many of those communities are still using equipment from the 1970s, the way it was installed in the 1970s, meaning turn it on, use it, turn it off. It's not a broadcasting, nothing's happened to create it into a radio station. It's a tool, a communication tool. Needing to revisit limits on advertising and how to better serve Indigenous communities. This comes from Kim's intervention in Halifax, that the advertising limits that are there are to serve the white communities or to serve the needs of commercial broadcasters. They're not to serve the needs of Indigenous communities. Investment in training has to be built into the policy, including local training, training for youth. We heard stories about how in the north, people get shipped out or shipped in for training. There's no local training. The other issue was about bringing training into schools. I don't see that here, maybe it's further down. Yeah, so I just showed how to do that. I'll do it one more time. Indigenousradio.ca, and then you click on the open access resources page, the link for conference archives, and then you just scroll down to the bottom. Draft outcomes from the regional events. And it is just a draft, and in drafting this, we're meant to have your feedback. So we're at local training. Stations must be able to afford training for young people and to be able to retain them. This was an issue as well. People get trained within Indigenous broadcasting stations and then recruited to APTN and CBC with no compensation for that training to the Indigenous broadcaster. Need language training. We heard from Nuok Radio that they're hiring language educators to come into the station. Where is the funding for that, and can that be built into the policy? Content quotas were very popular, and Canada likes quotas. So In this policy, the proposal is to have 10% content on Indigenous languages and 40% Indigenous music for Indigenous broadcasters. This came out of our policy discussion in Winnipeg. Non-Indigenous stations to air 5 to 10% Indigenous music and 2% in language programming. This was considered reconciliation, making mandates for other broadcasters, not just Indigenous broadcasters, to carry Indigenous music and in-language programming. Need a focus on language broadcasting in the policy. And need funding for Indigenous content, particularly Indigenous languages. I'm going to skip past meaningful consultation because we did this yesterday. The importance of including and engaging youth in the policy-making processes, we did this yesterday. Need for Indigenous representation, again, this was with regard to process. The policy, number 7, must be flexible and keep up with youth and new technical innovations. When you read the actual broadcast policy, what you have in front of you are just the determinations, but the full policy reads like a 27-year-old document. And a professor from Athabasca University, when we were in Edmonton, who teaches policy, said that policy must be flexible and serve the needs not of today's mature broadcasters, but serve the needs of young broadcasters who will be the future broadcasters of tomorrow. So how does that get built into the policy? How do we make policies flexible that keep up with technological innovations? Policy must center the sovereignty of Indigenous nations. It needs to be respectful. The current policy, according to Claudine, is disrespectful. We need to address nationhood and the sovereignty of Indigenous people, and the policy should also recognize licensing through Indigenous governance structures. And we heard from Christiana today that CKON and Akwesasne launched with a mandate from the local governance structure. Nuak Radio similarly got its mandate, its license to broadcast from its hereditary council. So that's what we have to offer for discussion. If you want me to point to any of this, I can scroll up, I can scroll down. I know some of you have brought in some homework that you'd like to share. Claudine, she did her work. But anyone can take the floor and make any recommendation for this policy at this time. There's a microphone coming to you, hold on.
I'm just reading my messages, and my daughter, who started out in broadcast media, keeps sending me things that I ought to say. So that's kind of interesting. It says, if you want listenership, you have to have a dynamic voice on the radio in the morning. The morning show hosts carry your station. Okay. And use Ongahoa Radio as the voice of reconciliation. We need to compete with commercial radio. The programming and the hosts need to be equally as good or better. More and more and more. That's my daughter. She talks more than I do. But she talks in Mohawk, which is wonderful. A couple of things. What I did was I went through that policy with a fine-tooth comb, and I haven't actually looked at your list there. One of the things that I say here when I did this a couple of weeks ago, the question, it alludes to the fact in the section 1 that there is funding. We don't know about that. We've never had any funding, to my knowledge. But it also alludes to the fact that funding would be through the local band councils. And I know that there are a number of stations that are not under the band council. So how does that funding go? Where, do you have to apply for it? Like, I'm new to this policy, so I have lots of questions more than answers.
When I was looking at that funding, because my band is under third-party management, and accessing any funding that comes through the band is at the whim of the accounting company, who clears about $600,000 a year out of the programs. From that of what we receive from the feds, they get about over $500,000 a year. So, is there something that can be? And at this point, I wouldn't even. I'd have to think about how that would be phrased. How do we do that? I know, say with the arts councils, you can be a collective or a non-prof. Is it possible to make that kind of structure available for this type of funding within the community?
Carolyn, right beside you. Carolyn King.
So it's Carolyn King with CCRZ. Both Claudine and I are on the board. I've just been around forever, and I worked with her daughter, Caroline, so she's pretty dynamic. The funding, like I see this happening for funding in many areas, in that the band councils right now, and the way we're structured, are First Nations. They're the only recognized legal entity. And most of our communities don't have a separate structure other than the elected council to be legally recognized and to receive money. And that's so, what I know, I've done lots of business work and things like that. What I understand, in our little communities, the only people who can receive money, like a donation and give a tax receipt, is illegally, is the churches. As soon as you're a church, if you're recognized as a church, you're automatically recognized by the system, the government system, as being eligible to receive donations. So they can give a tax receipt and officially don't have to go up there and get registered. Our elected band councils, under the Revenue Canada Act, is that they can give a receipt too. But what I understand from my experience is that they don't do it because the way they're recognized in the Act is that as a municipal type body or government, they can issue a receipt without being registered, and that receipt will be honored by the government for tax purposes, and the receipt of more money type of thing. Well, nobody wants to be viewed, our First Nations do not want to be viewed as a municipality, and the system doesn't recognize that, even though they're legal entities under the system. So then, just for example, that CCRZ, we applied for a Trillium grant to help when we were doing AIR, to help the First Nations and get money for all of our groups. And that was one of, it's prevalent across the system. And that, so when we were doing that, we paid somebody, like $2,500 to help write our application. So anyway, we wrote the application, submitted it, and they said they wanted a band council resolution, a BCR, highest order in our First Nations governments, to show that we had full support of the groups that were our communities. In which case there was a few communities that were arm's length, and they were setting up, and they were not the council type thing. Oneida was one of them. Vince Chichu up at Berry Sound, us, we were arm's length from the council. And so getting a BCR may not be eligible. So when I said, we can't get it. But they held strong to that position, that we had to have a BCR, because that's what the government recognizes, right? And so we withdrew under duress, that we would not, we'd withdraw our application if that's going to be the criteria. So we couldn't get it because we weren't incorporated. And so I see it's our development of our communities. We don't have all these little corporations and little charitable entities, like, who's got a Lions Club or a, something that's separate and does all that community development and capacity stuff. So, and then to go get structured up, now you got to go to that body again, get your license and make your applications and pay. And so we've done it. Sonics Inc. is an incorporated entity. We're not a charity, but we're an incorporated entity. But that system is so, narrow-minded and only recognize those things that it's going to take us to do something else to be able to address some of the criteria that the policy states that we have to be. And I think at this point we've just been doing it because that's what we got to do. So what's the next thing, I think, is part of that is that recognition of entities that can do. Because that was the idea about having AIR, that we would be able to be the incorporated body that could receive money on behalf of everybody. But that got stymied. Anyway, just share that story about the system.
It's a really rich contribution. Thank you for that. I turned off my mic.
Quickly, just last month, the charitable status laws were changed, and now radio stations for the first time can become...
No, stop. Let
I'm
Christiana talk, please.
I guess, first of all, my understanding reading this policy is that they're referring to what was then called the Northern Native Broadcast Access Program, and because of the reference to the cuts and everything. So that's why no one south of the Hamilton line running an Indigenous station would have ever heard, because they never have had access to that funding. And I don't fully understand why, they wrote the Native Broadcasting policy in 1990 to cover, everything north of the Medicine Line, but then they didn't adjust this program. Maybe it was, there had been so many cuts at that point that there was no way to stretch it further. But I mean, I think that's a big issue right there, is that there's still no funding for Indigenous stations south of that line. To Leigh's point, so the new heritage report, Disruption, Changing and Churning Canada's Media Landscape, is just released this week, and they're recommending that nonprofit media outlets be entitled to charitable registration. So if that comes through, that'll be a game changer for Indigenous stations south of that line, as well as community broadcasters. It could have a transformative effect. The funding thing more broadly needs to be addressed, certainly, and in a way that addresses the other things that came up with the Northern Native Broadcasting Program, which was we need in that funding for training, funding for language, funding for communities to own their own equipment and infrastructure, and not just be producing some content. Thanks.
Julia, can you link this from our open access resources page? Julia is the mistress.
Just to follow in on that comment you just made about funding, which I think this is something we heard on the telecom side, was anytime we talk about funding, and partly to do with the CRTC's role, make sure there's some kind of statement in there that it's not that the CRTC would be a central body where most of the funding for this type of whatever the activities are, like, flows, but like it complements other existing funding programs. And that was a concern because, if you're offering a service that does things like emergency management, health promotion, all these types of things, and then there's portions of, say, Health Canada funding, Public Safety Canada funding, you don't want the CRTC funding to supersede all that and cut all those. So just like if there's, just thinking about a funding ecosystem and how the different departments can collaborate, but then, that aggregation of those various funding pots happens at that regional or community level.
I was interested in part 3 of that policy. And it talks about type A and type B. And it talks about essentially how much commercials you can do. And one of the real difficulties for people who don't have any ongoing funding, as in our community, we would like to be able to do more advertising because that's the only thing that keeps us going. Two things, it's the advertising and our radio bingo. And we would like to see a type C that for communities or radio stations that do not get this regular funding, if in fact people do get it, to be able to do more advertising. We live right in the middle of Southern Ontario, and a lot of the local businesses off the reserve are likely to be prepared to advertise in our community because people go out and buy things like cars and groceries and clothes and so on like that in the non-native community outside of the reserve. But we're limited in the amount of advertising that we can do, which in fact is our bread and butter. So I think we need to address a potential type C in this policy. And I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to belabor the issue.
I'll add to that, Claudine. So if you want to, we're going to add that type C, but I also think it should be geared towards a type C that's open, because we, unlike some of the other people that have spoke from various radio stations, they're in different situations, and we can't all be lumped into one. And that's pretty much what I see with the policies, is that they've really tried a quick approach to be able to put us in a position that can cover everybody. And when it comes to Indigenous people, a pan-Indigenous approach doesn't work. Whether it's policies, whether it's traditions, whether it's ceremonies, language, everything, it doesn't work. So I think what we need to do is have that type C that's open to a little more interpretation. And I think what they should also be covering, and another addition into the policy, should be a part when they're going to implement, and it's going to be based on whether you have a continued license or not, such as the emergency systems that they've brought into place, and they've more or less mandated radio stations to have it. It really needs to come with some funding, would be great, because we're, like other people, we have a certain deadline when we have to have that equipment installed and ready to go, or we are in non-compliance. So when you're operating, and we do run by radio bingo, so when it's high, and when it's low, it's low. So when things are required of us, we can't always meet those needs unless we then go out and beg for money to the communities, the businesses, that sort of thing. So I think we really need to take a look at that type C and what it looks like, and to be careful as to make sure it's open and it can have the coverage for other radio stations that maybe have their differences too.
Maybe to, before I pass it very quickly, there is right now a hearing, for instance, for the telecommunications infrastructure for a funding mechanism and so forth. There is a community radio fund that is not accessible to the Indigenous radio stations. So maybe putting these ideas together and tying it up a little bit, maybe there should be a recommendation there for a creation of an Indigenous broadcasting fund, and that this criteria, the only criteria is you're an Indigenous station, doesn't matter, ABC, and that there should be specific funding targets of where this is where maybe we can build on some of the knowledge of our colleagues from the broadcasting sector, the telecommunications
First mile,
sector.
yeah.
Just quickly, and then definitely it shouldn't be only the sources of funding that we can imagine specifically from taxing the corporate or broadcasters, but also, as mentioned, conglomerating the other funding sources from the other departments and ministries into this, forcing them into this fund that is controlled by Indigenous broadcasters.
I just wanted to point out that any documents that you prepare, so this type C station, if you wanted to put together a policy brief of that as a draft to circulate for peer review feedback, meaning people can read it and send you comments on it, we can post it on our website under the open access resources page. I highlighted this document in blue. We We received this from SOCAM, and it's a policy brief in French on the questions that we asked. And so if anyone else wants to prepare a brief like that where you respond to some of these questions, or maybe all your great ideas that are just spinning around up there because it's an amazing 3 days that you just want to churn out and get something posted here, Julia can help with that.
Okay, just further to that, Seeker is that, like I said, we're kind of an anomaly, being that we're in the South and we got some different circumstances. But my experience in community development, when we talk about putting forth the option of a native C, that there's various programs. I've been around a long time, so I've seen government programs come and go and how we use them, that type of thing. And you have to be real creative to be able to grow and thrive with those. So if you're good at it, you can move ahead. But one of the things is saying, so we're all different. We're all from different places. So to address that, one of the ways that I see in the various government outlines is that you're allowed to develop a framework, as opposed to specific needs. No doubt with a bottom line to get a station going and, have it maintained and run and things like that. But instead of dictating the structure about what it should be, establish the structure that fits what you need, and that we ask that they accept the framework that entity may require, right? It might be different, totally different than ours, than what we need in the very South. So the North, East, West, and their goals, right? So I know that if they set it up that way, and this is already in government programs in various places, and I found them the most flexible. Come up, study who you are, what your needs are, put it into a document, and if it looks feasible, we'll fund you. And it's a framework, and everybody's application is like different, type of thing. So that's my suggestion about if we're proposing what the next program will look like. Maybe that's in the funding side or the implementation, but the wording is going to be flexible enough in the policy to say that you can apply and you can do what you want or what you need to do, right? So I'm just suggesting that it's a framework, and it's our responsibility to put the meat on the bones type thing.
So as people were making these comments about a type C, I was looking at the community radio policy, because the native policy in 1990 came out a few years after the campus community radio policy and was kind of modeled on it. And the 2010 update to the community radio policy, first of all, they abolished the type A, type B distinction. So there's only one designation for campus or community radio, and community stations have no limit on their advertising, and the campus stations were given flexibility on how they use their 504 minutes per week. So currently it seems to me that the type B native license holders are the only license category that's subject to that 4 minutes per hour rule, which is completely not fair and puts them at a disadvantage in terms of their funding. So rather than creating a new type, we could use this as a precedent to be like, the communities decide how the stations are run and how much advertising is needed to sustain them, and what that impact is going to be on their communities, rather than, again, creating some kind of cookie cutter classification system that's not going to meet people's needs.
Thank you. I actually just want to quickly raise another point that has nothing to do with funding under 2.3 for the definition of native music. It's a potential red flag to me that they're not defining what they mean by that, but they are saying that it, quote, will be a major factor in determining subsequent license renewals for these stations. So you have something that's not defined, but I could imagine a situation where, for example, if a tribal station made a strong political statement or supported activism in an area where the commission or the government, whoever, doesn't like it, they will not renew their license on the basis of you're not playing enough native music. And then the station would say, well, we're playing music by these native artists, and then they could easily say, well, that's not what it means, because it's not defined, and then they're not renewing a license. So I would be careful of accepting it in this way, that they get away with saying, we're not defining what we mean by this, but we reserve the right to take your license away for not meeting this undefined thing. So I would urge Indigenous broadcasters to make sure that they have a definition, somehow turn this into the commission maybe, or somehow get this nailed down so that they're on the safe side, because they're calling it a major factor, so I would be careful.
Just on that music issue alone, I ran into some problems with that in dealing with Heritage Canada, who refused to accept Aboriginal music as Aboriginal content. And then they came and tried to define it when I argued the point. And then they said they might accept it if the title of the song or the name of the person was said in an Aboriginal language. So if the title of the song is in English, it doesn't count. But if you announce it and you translate it into an Aboriginal language, then it might count. And the same goes for the artist's name. So if an artist's name is an anglicized name, it doesn't count. So still, you can identify that you play this music as Aboriginal music, but it still doesn't go towards content, which cuts down on the amount of hours you provide, and which, you know, says this is how much funding you get based on how much you provide as Aboriginal content. So, yeah, we should give this our own definition.
You're blowing my mind, Les. That's just bizarre. Claudine is here and Carolyn is here. Come down to Claudine. Her hand has gone up 3 times. You got to look at Claudine. Look at Claudine.
2 things following from what was just said. It seems to me that whoever wrote this policy is denying the fact that Aboriginal people have feelings, because many songs are about feelings, and everybody has the right to talk about feelings. Sadness and happiness is the same in any language. So if they want to write about feelings, and if it's done by a name like Van Every, well, is that Aboriginal? If I'm talking about love from Van Every perspective, is that Aboriginal? Who knows? Anyway, that one needs work. And again, please, please do not let them say in this policy, Canada's Aboriginal people or Canada's Indigenous people. We do not belong to them.
Sorry. Oh, it has to be on the mic. It's not capitalized. I've seen Aboriginal not capitalized, and I've seen Native not capitalized. And personally, I think they should be. I've seen in various journalistic documents stating that when you report on, and I believe myself that it should be, or Indigenous, it all should be capitalized.
Okay, I just have to tell a story, because to see how ludicrous the mindset is, and also what we're up against. We had the Truth and Reconciliation, and we had Murray St. Clair come and speak at the Sanderson Centre in Brantford, Ontario, and that he went over all the situations that he went through. So that was on Friday night, you might say. And Monday, I was in the provincial court system. Not because I was bad or that I got caught, but I was going in to represent the community and in a child custody case, they asked me to go in and talk about if this child came to your community, came back to your community, what kind of cultural community stuff will they get? So I was asked to go over all what life was like in the community on a day-to-day basis, what kind of cultural teachings they'll get, who's going to give it, all that kind of stuff. And things went off the rail right at the start. They asked me, do I want to put my hand on the Bible, affirm, or do I want to hold the eagle feather? And I said, Brantford City Court. And I said, I'll take the eagle feather. And so I said, I have one. So I'm standing there and I'm like stroking the feather, and I said, this is a really nice feather. And the judge said, do you believe in that? With tone. So the next thing that happened was that I was on the stand and they asked me the questions about the community, like, you know, the activities and stuff, and like real detailed questions about, you know, what's this child going to get out of that? And then the other thing that came up when the CAS person asked me the question, he said, so how long have you been doing this, advocating for First Nations rights? And I said, well, let's see, I'm 60, well, then 67. And I said, all my life. I'm born and raised Native. He goes, no, when have you been doing this? And I said, all my life. And I said, because I represent a First Nation person. And he said, no, but when have you been talking about it? The CAS lawyer. And I said, well, maybe when I was 19, when I had my child, and I wanted to talk to them about it. I wanted to make sure that they knew. And he goes, okay. Then he says, so where's the evidence that this works, what you do? And I said, I'm like, what? Well, how would I know, and what am I going to write down that you have been successful in what you do? Teaching the next generation about themselves and the community. And I said, well, let's see. We run a powwow. We've got more kids understanding their language, or understanding the dances and the culture. We run language in the school. We have people now who will do traditional pursuits and activities. And I said, and I talked to the adjacent school, the high schools and the public schools. I go in and do my Indian 101. And I said, and the Boy Scouts, girls, they get their I said, they get their badges by coming to talk to me, their native badge. I said, so I think that's success. And I said, other ones that I've talked to because they adopted type thing, about 3 scenarios now in my life where they bring the child in to kind of learn about the Indian Reserve over there. And I said, they come back every year. We're friends. I said, I think I was successful. And they laughed. Yeah, and so Murray St. Clair was there on Friday. I said, Murray, you got all this truth and reconciliation work that's been done. It's great. And I said, but when is it going to change on the ground? This is what I experienced 100 feet down the road from here. And when this is what the judge said. And they didn't believe that we could actually do something and succeed at it. And so he just said, it's going to take a while, Carolyn. Just be patient, but keep going. Anyway, I had to tell you that story about when you see what we're up against. The judicial system still has that mindset. And the lawyers who go to the table and talk about, when we start talking about this, they're going to have lawyers at the table, to give their side. Okay.
In our community, with our radio board, we've gone through the policy line by line, and we would like to, rather than belabor it, I mean, we're almost at the end of this session anyway. Where can we send our recommendations for change? Do we send them to you? Okay. And when is the drop dead date for that?
You want a deadline, huh? Deadlines are good. We hope that one of the outcomes of this conference will include a post-conference event if you go to the About section, you have all of our contact information, but you also have the outcomes. And so one of the ideas is to hold an event, perhaps in Montreal, and review a framework, terms of reference, a brief, a summary, something to come out of this process. And your brief should definitely be part of that process. So in terms of deadline, we have talked maybe fall for organizing something like that. So a deadline might be Labor Day, September 1st. But I'll let Geneviève talk because this involves her life too, so.
No, I concur. This was good. I was just waiting to see. I'm just standing there, hovering. No, that sounds about what I would have said too. So sometime in the fall. But yes, this meeting, I call it postmortem. Being so that where we would discuss everything that we've had, because we haven't agreed, I guess, on what the format would be. We're saying a report, but I've had people come to me off the record saying you should draft the policy with all this, because what you've provided us are gifts that need to be put into this. And this is this person telling me. I don't want to disclose who that is just because he didn't put it on the record. But also said that it would be nice if obviously we'd circulate it because it's not my policy, and have ideas on what that would look like. And I guess this meeting would be about that. What would that look like in a formal sense? What kind of paragraphs do we want in it? What kind of, this is all these details that need to happen to write a policy. So there's that discussion that has to happen. And I don't know, I've been thinking about it because he said, yes, everybody's been forthcoming and giving you these gifts. You need to do something good with it. And I didn't know if I was prepared as an individual to go that extra mile. But this person said, look what happened last time when we didn't provide a policy. I said, okay, I get your point. So I'm still reflecting on that, but I need all of you to reflect on that with me, of what the official outcome of this is. What format does that look like? Is it online? Is it paper? Is it what, in a practical sense? So if you can give us ideas on that, I'd be more than welcome to receive them.
Sure, Carolyn, it's just going to be the last word because we need to set up for our closing keynote.
Under the new rules of Canada, Ontario, and that things are changing, and I'm optimistic that things are changing, that just for instance, I'm been invited to sit on a design committee for a new government building. And when they approached us, they told us that the Ontario government, and in this case the City of Toronto, in the terms of reference to the design companies, the Truth and Reconciliation is in there. And they said, how many of these steps are you going to include in the design? So when we talk about, the Native policy, CRTC, Canada, that how many things, we got to ask them, how many things are you going to include? And how can you make this happen? Like flip it around? That's what I'm thinking. Flip it around to that this is now the new norm, that you are to address the Truth and Reconciliation 94 calls to action. So what is it to you? And then we can propose. And somebody I was talking to we were talking in the hall, was it maybe Penny? Was about New Zealand? Somebody mentioned that, that New Zealand, it's a requirement. Maybe you can say that in the broadcasting, that is actually a requirement to do it. So maybe she.
You're saying to learn the language, yes. Yes, and I think, and was it Les? Yeah, you were talking about that with me on the porch this morning about the need to learn Inuktitut for certain positions. So that is something that does exist, even in Canada. And also, now I forgot my train of thought about that. But
That's
anyway,
okay because it's time to end.
I know we need to go. But any kinds of other ideas that you have, and also, this is it. Who should we be sending this to? Who should be the first recipients of this message that we're sending out at the end of this, the culmination of this process? So who do we? Might be multiple people. But it would be nice to know other people's opinions on where it should go as well. So send it to us, because Gretchen's gonna chop
Before
me
you
up.
end, I do want to make one more comment. Often at gatherings like this, there's a sense that the white women have taken over and have eat up a lot of the time. I want you to know that if you have assembled people to come here, if you have spoken, if you are here now, you are one of the authors of the final report. So the authorship is going to be equally shared among everyone. There's not going to be one author. There's not going to be two academic authors plus. So you're all going to be authors of the final report. It's not going to be under any one person's name. And you will have equal ownership over the data, which is why it's all on shared access, open access. You'll have editorial veto power, well, consensus building power. So I just want to reassure everybody that you are the collective authors of whatever documents are going to be produced.
Thank you for that, Kathleen, because it's true. I completely agree. And that's why I said everybody send feedbacks, and we send it to you. We have a list of everybody, and it's going there. So it doesn't, it belongs to everyone.
Grab a cup of coffee, go to the bathroom, get back here in 5 minutes. Fast, fast, fast. Go, go, go. And thank you for your contributions.
All right, so we will get right into the closing keynote speaker for this excellent 3-day conference that we've had. The CEO of McCoon's Media Group, Ryan McMahon, and this excellent, he gave me the sticker earlier, this excellent hashtag, land over everything, if I'm saying that right. So be sure to note that hashtag. And if you're trying to figure out how many R's are in everything, there's four R's. So start with Ryan and then think of the 4 directions maybe for the 4 R's. And I'll hand it over to Ryan McMahon.
Thank you for plugging my hashtag. That's awesome. The fact that we even plug hashtags in the world is a weird thing. It's a real honor to be here in your space, and of course to be an uninvited guest on unceded Algonquin territory. Once again, for me is an honor. As an uninvited guest, I just wanted to acknowledge a couple of people in this room that I've traveled a long ways with through time. My dear friends at the back, Dan and Mary Lou, who saw me when I was 40 pounds lighter, had no gray hair, and I don't even think I had kids when I first met them. Now I've got 12 kids. I'm chubby and I've got gray hair. I don't have 12 kids. I came today in a humble way and in a way that I don't think I have much to contribute to your conversation around your dealings with the CRTC and the specific challenges you face in dealing with a colonial institution like the CRTC. I don't know how to navigate that system, and that's why I created my own system, because I am so frustrated by someone else from far away saying yes or no to something that I want to make with friends and with family and with communities, and therefore have completely gone outside of the system to embrace other technologies and other platforms to allow our work to be generative for communities and to empower communities in a new and in different way. Our worlds do intersect and collide, and I hope our worlds intersect and collide in more meaningful ways going forward. I think what we do through the McCoon's Media Group and our podcast network, Indian and Cowboy, can serve or supplement the good work you do in your communities, and we'll get to that in just a little while. I hope to share some best practices around the work that we're doing with digital media, podcasting, and technology. Share some of the challenges we face in developing that work as it pertains to Indigenous knowledge and histories, and working with communities on how to share that information via the internet and using technology. And then I hope to, if it's beneficial to the group, do sort of a podcasting 101 Q&A, because many of you have approached me privately to say, I don't have an iPod. What is a podcast? And it has nothing to do with iPods. So I'm going to tell you what podcasting is and hopefully answer any questions you might have. I think much of this material that I go through in the beginning will be pretty basic information. You're already doing what I'm talking about, but I want to share some specific stories with you. My favorite writer, Basil Johnston, said traditionally we are contemporary peoples. And I love the idea that through time, no matter what, Indigenous peoples have always picked up the tools of the day to make them their own. And I offer this as a place to start this afternoon, because I think that we are in a time where we should be looking outside of the old tools. We heard about some radio stations that are on our list of Indigenous radio stations with equipment from the 70s. We should look at those old tools and decide whether they're artifacts or whether they're helpful, and figure out a pathway forward. Basil points to this in his writing and his philosophy, but what it says to me is that no matter what, since time immemorial, Indigenous people have always been willing to and have had to pick up tools of the current day. So you imagine settlers coming over here, and you know, the Anishinaabe people kind of gathered around the Great Lakes going like, look at those boats. And then they're like, yeah, there's people on them. Oh shit, what's strapped to the side, that shiny thing? What is that strapped to their hip? And they say, I don't know. He calls it a knife. Well, what's it for? I don't know, but grab it and stab him. They're stealing our wives, you know, and we stabbed the settlers. Stabbed them, and then used their tools against them. And so what I'm offering is no one's going to get stabbed. Some of you are angry with me already. That's a really good sign. No one's going to get stabbed in this room, but we are going to think about the way we can use these tools to empower ourselves and take our lives and ultimately our stories back. We're talking about innovation, and we're talking about a way to innovate around a system that isn't necessarily for us, or a system that is very hard for us to navigate. And what I love the idea about Indigenous innovation and the way we do things is we always remember that our job is to bring everyone with us forever. So we don't leave people behind. We don't run to the front of the line because we want a license and we think it's going to be good for us and our brand. We look around and go, what is good for the people? What is good for the whole? What is good for the collective? That is Indigenous thought. That is Indigenous knowing. That is Indigenous being. What is the good of the collective? And how am I acting inside of that? This old George Orwell quote kind of points for me to the time we're in. I frame this around colonialism, is that he who controls the past controls the future. He who controls the present controls the past. So this idea that these old colonial narratives. In fact, just a few hours ago, the Governor General on The House, the CBC TV show The House, called Indigenous people of Canada immigrants. Just a few hours. I just tweeted it. I went on a bit of a Twitter tirade. Go check it later. We're in the room together. But he honestly did. He said the Indigenous people, immigrants to this land as well. So if we continue these narratives, if we continue to let he or they, our big shiny white daddy out there, control the past, they will certainly control the future. They will control our future. And what we're fighting against, and what I hear on the floor here, and I've watched over the live stream when I couldn't be here, is we are butting heads against those that don't mind the big white daddy controlling us, with some of us that are saying fundamentally, no more, never again. So we are at odds with ourselves, and that's what colonialism is. So we got to start naming these things, and we have to be brave enough to stand in front of each other and acknowledge that some of us on this journey are a little bit further ahead in terms of how we accept this relationship or reject it. And we have to start thinking in our own systems. And so I rewrote this. They, because we can be gender inclusive. It's not about men always, please. Let's be gender inclusive. They who control the past control the future. They who control the present control the past. And I've added a line. They who control the future understands the past and are present. And for me, we are going through a process of understanding what is behind us in order to look forward. In our language, in Anishinaabe, that word is biskabiang. And biskabiang, inside of a conceptual framework of thinking, is the idea of you have to look back, you have to know what's back in order to look forward. When we say the seventh fire, the 7 generations, 7 whatever, toenails, whatever we're talking, 7 this, we have these numbers, we like to throw them around, but we take them out of context when we don't understand. Well, no, the 7 generations didn't just mean 7 generations forward. It also means 7 generations backwards, because that's what's informing us. So as important as it is to look forward, we have to look back to know where we came from. And for me, in order to move forward, in order to decolonize the space or whatever cool t-shirts or stickers we want to put on our laptops, we have to be present for each other. That's the movement. The movement is actually being present with each other and for each other. And I think if we get to that place where we are in this generative state, where we are creating positive movements with and for each other, we are at our best. This is a digital representation of a map, of a portion of a community where we did a Stories from the Land project with youth up in Fort Albany in Petobic. And in Fort Albany, we were asked to go up there at the height of a suicide crisis. There had been a number of completed suicides in a row. And we were asked to go up there to work with the youth, without adults in the room, to come up with a solution towards building a youth council and working with the youth to come up with a plan around how they are going to live in this community going forward. And what we had to do through 10 days was come up with a safe space and find a way to make youth feel comfortable in the room. And it was determined that, in fact, we didn't really feel that comfortable in the room. We felt way more comfortable outside. And so we took everything outside. And from there it started. From there it was determined, well, let's sit around a fire. And we put together this very basic little camp with a fire pit where we could sit and together centrally outside and start to talk. It very quickly became apparent that we were missing elders. We were missing old ones. And so we invited elders in. It was very apparent that where we were situated next to the arena wasn't ideal. So we had to move out to a sacred site or a site that was sort of more used as a place of gathering for these people that they could recognize as an important place of gathering. And through time, we were able to work with young people and elders to sort of imagine or rework our understanding of this place. And all of these dots are representations of where stories live, where important communities' histories live. And we showed the youth of Petobic that, in fact, all of these dots represent a piece of knowledge, a piece of history, a teaching, an understanding, an old village site, a trap line, a series of gathering sites where trade or economy may have happened, that the youth of Petobic actually have this long legacy and history connected to this place, and that their way of thought and being is actually informed by this land base, this place. And connecting stories to life generates life, it generates responsibility, it generates and deepens an understanding of what it means to be a youth in Petobic. Through time, the digital media work that we started to work with inside of Indian and Cowboy, which is the name of our podcast network, which I'll get to in a minute, we needed to come up with a way that we were going to work. The McCoon's Media Group, my company, is an incorporated company. Controversial, we'll get to that in a minute. This guy's full of shit. He incorporated, he's sold out. We are an incorporated company. And we have a bunch of companies under the McCoon's Media Group banner that do different projects, different things, business plans created around them, etc. We needed a way to operate. We needed a way to function. And I don't know anything about law. I don't know anything really about anything other than I know how to listen and how to ask for help, and I know how to give away some tobacco and some gifts. And this is what I was pointed towards. Manitou Aki Inakanagewin is a Treaty 3 resource law. In the late 80s and 90s, the elders in Treaty 3 had to come up with a way to deal with government and corporations, resource extraction companies that were coming into our territory to explore and work. We come from a rich ground of timbers. Of course, the pulp and paper industry was pretty much built through northwestern Ontario in Canada. We have a lot of minerals, gold and other minerals through Atikokan, Fort Francis, Kenora, Dryden, through our territory, and corporations were coming. And the elders sat together over a period of 6.5 years to come up with a way that we would work or choose to work or not work with these corporations. Through time, this emergence of not a new law or a new understanding, but invoking what we already knew and formalizing it and calling it something, came this, Manitowoc and Akonagewin. If you want to, take a picture of this slide, Google those words, and you will find our former chief, Chief Sarah Mainville, a brilliant thinker and writer, a lawyer, who did her thesis in and around Manitowoc and Akonagewin, and pretty much writes in and she was around the whole process and writes her thesis around this experience. Why I bring this forward and how we operate as a company through this set of principles is we make our media through spirit. We do everything through spirit first. How we function as a company is done through an Anishinaabe way of thinking and being. First and foremost, everything is done in a good way. Everything we do and the way we understand ourselves and position ourselves points back to land. So our work is inspired by where we come from, so that the work that we seek to make makes sense to the territory where it comes from. So we're not prescriptive. We're not saying this is how we do things. It's wherever the work is happening, it makes sense to that land base. And we connect spirit back to land. And the law, this word in Akonagewin, doesn't literally translate to the word law. Instead, the word is about relationality to all things that were, that are, and that will be. And how you position yourself spiritually with all of those things becomes fundamental to what that word loosely means. We could talk about that word actually for an entire keynote. So it's a concept that talks about relationality, and I think it's very important for us to acknowledge that when we work through spirit, inspired by land, in relationship to everything that is, was, and will be, and we think about it in a system of reciprocity where we don't want to be an extractive industry. We want to be a generative industry. We want to be an industry that supports and gives back. These are the fundamental principles of what we do. We have a time right now in this country where we're having these conversations about reconciliation. I'm sure you've heard the word here throughout the last couple of days, thrown about. We hear it every time we turn on the TV. Oh, by the way, a couple weeks from now, Canada's 150. We're just programming and servicing our way into the future, and boy, I'm not sure about it. I think it's pretty common knowledge, and many of us feel the same way, that programs and services are a dead end to assimilation, and fundamental to everything we do should be the conversation about land and how land has been taken from Indigenous people fundamentally. So I don't want to talk about programs and services that will support Indian and Cowboy or the Macoons Media Group. I want land for us to live on, free and unencumbered, with clean drinking water and all the rest. So there's fundamental principles we take as a company as well. We don't take money. We have never taken money from sponsors that are unethical. In fact, we've never had sponsors, but we'll get to our shitty funding model in a minute. But we've had offers. I was offered 2 years ago a $650,000 check with pretty forgivable repayment terms as an investment. I held the check in my hands for a period of time, and I was shaking. What a Christmas this could have been. I would have embezzled some of it, gone to Mexico with my family. It would have been awesome. Just kidding. But I held the check, and I'm not going to name this gentleman because, again, this was on the record, his presentation of the check to me. But he and I have only ever had one conversation about why I turned down the money, and I would feel a bit conflicted about dragging his name into this. But let's just say, you could Google this and find out pretty easily. He's one of the first Indigenous millionaires in this country who got in on the ground level of the oil sands in the 80s, and he was a service contractor and company that built wealth around catering and cleaning and creating service companies for the oil sands. Offered me very favorable repayment terms, forgivable on some parts of the year, on some numbers of the years of the repayment terms and plans, but we said no. And that money would have changed everything for us probably forever. It would have put staff in place, it would have put writers and researchers in place, it would have put us in a position where we would have actually started with resources and been able to run full time. Instead, we run very, very part-time on zero resources. This is the circle in Pitabik. You can see the sticky notes on the back wall. This was our list of grievances, the things that we thought needed to change and could be done better. Elder Matata Wabin there is a profound elder, a residential school survivor, and someone that guided us through our gathering and really encouraged young people to have their voices heard and take this opportunity to not hold anything back and say what they had to say fundamentally. And so this was my attempt at getting them to do that. And by the end of the 10 days, there wasn't a piece of wall or floor to be found. There was so much paper and so much response to the work that we were doing through media and recording each other and telling each other stories. And these are some of the examples of that work. I mean, these were things, so I'll back up a little bit and tell you that there were donations to the community because of what was happening. And the donations that came in exceeded around $380,000 to the company, or sorry, to the community. And we were told by Chief and Council to create a program, to use this budget, to use the money. We didn't, and we were not allowed to tell the youth about the money. That was the stipulation. And so through this process, we facilitated a process around coming up with a community action plan. And if you can read some of this stuff, there are no trips to Toronto to watch the Raptors play. There's no West Edmonton Mall, which was the Chief's big concern, like stay in budget, but let them do whatever they want. This simply says powwow, Halloween dance, sharing circles, counseling, goose camp, TP teachings, food teachings, very, very simple stuff that can easily be delivered in a community. And so this pointed to a couple of things, that the community already had the resource people in place. They didn't need me. They needed us to facilitate this process once, but that all of the answers were, they didn't need Adam Beach or anyone else for that matter to come in and do this. This is what they wanted. They wanted, look at this one, under the word many too, listen to elders. So it's not that they wanted trips to Toronto or anything else. They wanted time. The one resource we can't buy, the one resource we never get back, time. So that's what the youth wanted. And the vehicle that we used to deliver this was, interviews, audio podcasting, and different things. And I'll get to a little bit more of the mechanics of that in just a little bit. The great Tom King warns us that we have to be careful about the stories that we share, because once those stories are out in the universe, we can't get them back, that they can manifest and themselves into something else. They can change. They're malleable. Some of them, people will just take them and put different clothes on them or call them something else. But I kind of push back against that warning right now. I kind of push back against that thinking. I think that for certain, our Adsul Kanan, our sacred stories, need to be protected, 100%. But that we should not be holding on so tightly to everything. That right now we should be flooding the internet with our own media, made by our communities, for our communities, in an effort to reach young people where they're at. We can keep fighting against this, and you can keep teasing your chubby nephew that he's always on his iPad, but he's on his iPad, and you have to give him something to do on his iPad. And so if we aren't putting our stories and we aren't putting our languages and we aren't putting our knowledge into technology, we are failing young people. There are more smartphones on the planet than there are people. Think about your own home, your cell phone, perhaps an iPad or two, right? One for you, one for your wife, one for you, one for your kid. A computer. There are more smart-enabled devices on the planet than there are people. So if we aren't directing our stories towards technology, we are failing. So this is what we've come up with. The McCoon's Media Group. We are a collective of creatives, of people that want to deliver this content to the people. We've done it over the last couple of years. McCoon's in our language translates to a baby bear. And how we named the company was, I had this recurring dream about this little bear cub that followed me around, and this bear cub we'd get into lots of trouble, get into garbage. Like, I was having crazy dreams with this little bear cub. I explained it to an elder back home, and he just simply said, well, that curiosity is following you around. You should think about that in terms of your work. You have to keep that high level of curiosity in order to keep making things. And that level of curiosity and the trouble it might get you into, and it gets me into trouble, but that level of curiosity is probably the medicine that is coming along with you. And so he encouraged me to think about that. And so we named the company the McCoon's Media Group because we work with that curiosity, knowing that there is a world out there for us to discover. It speaks to Indigenous futurism. It speaks to us generating our own futures through spirit, land, and law. And we have a pretty simple mandate: Indigenous stories for a worldwide audience. At the height of Idle No More in this city, we were mad, like 2 weeks. I'm not even going to get into it. At the height of Idle No More, you had the BBC, MTV, Al Jazeera, NBC, ABC, CBS descending on places like Thunder Bay, Ontario, with the world going, what the hell's going on in Canada? And that points to a couple of things for me. That the world does want to know what the hell's going on in Canada, and that we can't allow Canada to tell the world what the hell is going on in Canada. We cannot. And therefore, we cannot allow our own people who walk hand in hand with Canada to control the dominant narrative that comes out of this country. And I think you all know who I'm talking about. So let's not be confused here. There is a system that is very tidy, regulatory, important in some aspects. But there is a whole other world out here that we can embrace, that will be a little bit more difficult in terms of our business planning and how we create revenues, and I'll get to that in a minute, but that is completely free. Completely free for you to do whatever you want, when you want, how you want, with whom you want. And pretending that the internet is just going to magically go away someday is a mistake. Now, if we put all our eggs in one basket and the internet does disappear when the apocalypse comes, we're screwed. So we need radio. And what I'm pointing to is there's a relationship that needs to be forged and can be forged, and it's right in front of us. So this is our podcast network. It's called Indian and Cowboy. It's the world's only listener-supported Indigenous podcast network on the planet. We have the opportunity to be a global Indigenous media company. Right now, we are working with Sapmi, with Maori, with Indigenous relatives in Thailand, in Russia, to bring podcasting to them, as well as to bring podcasting here in North America. We will be a global Indigenous media company when we're done. Not to be a global Indigenous media company for the sake of being one, but for the sake of building that solidarity, sharing resources, stories, and ultimately our lives. Because colonialism has negatively affected all of us, Indigenous or non, and the things we can do together are incredible. It's happening in film, it's happening in some respects in television, and it is exciting. So, the challenge is that we are uniquely positioned at this weird intersection where right now we don't know what the rules are. And so when we engage with communities, with elders, with projects where we bring people on, we have to figure out each and every time we get in the room how the hell we're going to do this. Because I need to observe your protocols when I'm in your territory. I need to seek permission to even come into your territory. I need to ask about what the rules are while I'm there. Do I have to bring fish, wild rice? What do I need? You know? Probably wild rice, right? Moose meat? What are the rules of engagement? And that intersection, I will say, is relatively new. And it's a challenging space. And we need help. So I'm gonna say this to this room because I know there are some brilliant thinkers in this room. We are not where we need to be in terms of our business model, in terms of forging the relationships that we need to in this room. We need help, we need suggestions, we need a kick in the ass, we need to be pointed in the right direction sometimes, and that's why partnerships, and I'll get to this in a minute, are so important. Because this intersection is a live conversation right now, and it changes sort of every time we have it broadly. We have a number of podcasts. We have a number of shows. So a podcast is simply this. It's a serialized show that you can download onto your mobile device, your home computer, your iPad, phone, iPod, wherever you listen to MP3s. Because all into a podcast form. But uploading your radio show onto a website is not a podcast. Making sure that people can find what a podcast is, it's an MP3 file. It is not a radio show. I'm saying that to radio people, so let me explain. You can put your radio show into a podcast form, but uploading your radio show onto a website is not a podcast. Making sure that people can find your radio show on iTunes, which is the only place on the internet right now that makes it easy to find your podcast, makes your radio show a podcast. So I need to be able to go in with my phone, search inside of iTunes for your show by name, and subscribe to it, so that every time you upload a new piece of content, it goes directly to my phone. I never miss an episode. So it's serialized, okay? Very simple, very straightforward. What makes this so valuable for me, Red Man Laughing, this is my 6th season. 6 years I've been doing this. I started podcasting in 2008. I was very early in the podcasting space. But through time, our listenership grew. We currently have about 15,000 downloads, unique downloads per episode. Those downloads come from around the world. And we're building networks just through this little radio show. I started with an $11 USB microphone from Walmart. And now I have a little, I call it a studio, but it's a closet in my basement, in my house, but it's my studio. It's where Daddy goes to escape. And I publish it whenever I want, however I want, with who I want. And what's really powerful and beautiful about that is we pivot all the time. At the height of Idle No More in 2013, we had about 4,000 listeners an episode. It was a comedy. It's called Red Man Laughing. It's supposed to be a comedy podcast. And if anyone in this room listens to it, you know I cry way more than I laugh on this show. So I don't want to rebrand it Red Man Crying. I think that's a little too sad. But at the height of Idle No More, because I had a platform, I thought, well, shit, if 4,000 people are going to listen to this, we got to have the chiefs on to talk about this. Pam Palmater should come and talk about what she's yelling on TV about. We should open up, and we did. We opened up the space, and we pivoted completely. And we're able to bring our gear wherever we could get our gear to, record, get to an internet signal, and upload our content, and we have our own show. And since then, the responsibility has grown. In 2015, it was turned into a 1-hour comedy special for the CBC, and did very well there. We turned it into what was going to be a full-time CBC show. That was pulled from me because I say fuck on Twitter sometimes, and they don't like their CBC employees to have opinions. So fuck them. So I remain independent purposely, and I won't allow anyone else to tell any producers on our network how they can say whatever they want to say. Stories from the Land is the project that I just told you about with Pete Abick and a couple of others. We toured across Canada nationally this past fall. We got a reconciliation grant through Canada Council. We were one of the first 6 communities to receive the $75,000 grant. And what we proposed was a 12-stop tour across Canada, working with Indigenous communities to explore storytelling around land and reconciliation, tie those together and present them back to the community in a community show. We had over 86 inquiries, so communities responded. They said, yeah, we want to do that. We couldn't take 86, but we took 30, and we stretched a very limited budget even more and slept in our vehicle a lot. Have you ever warmed up an Egg McMuffin on your dash? 40 years old, I'm still doing that. But this project, this is where the business plan comes in, and this is where I'll share a little bit. Right now we have 130 stories on hard drives, all community stories, teachings, funny hunting stories, place names with historic sort of storytelling attached to those place names. We run the gambit. Here's where I divorced my husband story. It's hilarious. But we have 130 of them. And we started to work with schools on this tour, and we heard time and time again that there was this gap in curriculum, and that the 94 calls to action calls on educators to embrace the TRC recommendations. But it's going to take 5, 6, 8 years for textbooks to catch up, to let everyone know Sir John A. Macdonald was a dick, and he's not some hero. So to rewrite these textbooks is going to take some time. But what doesn't take time? For us to sit together and hold a recorder in front of us and tell our version of history, to talk about our understanding of Canada 150, to center Indigenous voices as it pertains to a pathway forward. And we started to think about, well, what if we licensed Stories from the Land to fulfill curriculum requirements? What if we created an app and a website that there's 15,000 schools across Canada, 1,500 school boards. What if 100 school boards wanted to license this at $10,000 a year? And they had full access to grade relevant content and curriculum with support materials, audio, visual materials that fulfilled their curriculum requirements. What if just 100 of them bought that license at $10,000 a year? We'd make $1 million. I'd embezzle some, I'd go to Mexico. You guys aren't laughing at that. Okay, all right, I feel you. But that in the form of a business plan and generating revenues for us to pay researchers and writers and emerging storytellers, emerging documentarians, emerging people that want to work in this media, maybe people that are in high school doing a co-op placement, someone in a community that volunteers at their radio station or works there, that we are able to create an industry where there isn't one, that we get to create jobs based on our own set of stories and knowledge. This, to me, is at our best, where we want to go, is that we want to create opportunity and jobs for ourselves, free and unencumbered by guidelines and laws. And well, no, there's got to be laws. I don't mean there's no law. There's Indigenous law, but that's the only one that matters. So this was our tour. We had, we had great social media involvement from all of the communities. As we traveled, each tour stop was designed by each community. So whatever made sense in Denendeh up in Yellowknife didn't necessarily make sense in Regina. And so we had hand drum giveaways, and in Thunderchild First Nation, we had the community pledge to host 4 years of round dances with their neighboring community, giving away 12 hand drums to the neighboring community to pledge 4 years of round dances in honor of residential school survivors. And that was one of the first times that ceremony had been brought back in over 300 years, a handing over of hand drums like that, to dried salmon and smoked salmon up in Denendeh. So each tour stop was completely put together by the community, for the community. The community picked the storytellers. We were just there to sort of run the gear, host the show. We'll package the show, produce the show, and what we do when it's all done and we've packaged it, we give back the stories to the community in a story bundle. And so the story bundles are created by a handful of my friends and helpers who are good sewers. I'm not a good sewer, good bead workers. And we create these little bundles, and we put the digital, the USB sticks and the digital media files back into those bundles with some medicines and things that we've gathered along the way to give them back to the communities. Because we don't own the stories, we don't sell the stories, they're not for sale. This is the community's knowledge, and so we give the story bundles back to the communities. These were some of the stops on some of the early posters. None of you came to the Ottawa show, thank you. Just gonna let you sit with that shame for a second. Okay, next, all right. So Indian and Cowboy itself is, as I said, it's a member-supported digital media platform. So what does that mean? It means you can come to indianandcowboy.com and listen to our stuff for free, forever. It will always be free. But if you can give up 2 Tim Hortons coffees a month, you can donate at a Netflix cost per month to help us sustain this thing. And our goal right now by the end of this year is to get to 5,000 listeners at a Netflix cost per month to give us a monthly revenue of $50,000 a month to pay researchers, writers, makers, creatives to help create these shows. Right now we have 10 distinct and unique podcasts, separate shows on our network. All of us are completely volunteer. So I want to talk about this a little bit, the complexities of reconciliation in the time we're in right now, and the willingness of mainstream Canada to listen to these guys as it pertains to our stories and reconciliation, and why Canadians have such a hard time centering Indigenous voices when it comes to the complexities of reconciliation. I think it's clear. You could say it's small r racism. You could call it settler colonialism and its set of entitlements that come along with erasing us, not just physically off the land, but subconsciously and in real life. My point is that the reason why our work is so important is because it is in direct opposition to this. And your work, and I mean, I don't want to sound like a cheese ball, but the work you do, you are the big hearts. That's what I call the people that do this work. You are the big hearts. You are underpaid, you are overworked, you're mostly volunteering probably to do the radio in your community, but it is important. What you give to our people is so vital and necessary that the work that you're doing is in complete opposition to this machine that centers the same voices over and over. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'll use Gord Downey as an example. Now, The Secret Path is an incredible project. It's a great vision from someone that is at the end of their life. There couldn't be something more respectful than that, to see an opportunity to do something positive. That's what the 94 calls to action are. They're not calling Indigenous peoples to do anything. They're calling them, they, out there to do something. So when we see that action, we have to commend that. We have to, wow, that's really cool. The problem is, Gord Downey wrote the album about Shawnee and never once mentioned Willie Dunn, who in 1970 wrote the song. So why is it that could have been overlooked? How could that have been overlooked? And why wouldn't we have taken that time to lift up Willie Dunn and his legacy and his work, who wrote the song about Shawnee in 1970, and just took a moment of pause? Instead, we saw this profound action, this beautiful movement, this foundation created, support for Shawnee's community, Shawnee's family, all very important stuff. But we missed an opportunity here. And the work that we're doing doesn't allow for that to happen. The work that we do doesn't allow Willie Dunn to be forgotten. I call this stuff non-native. Non-native. It's non-native. See that? It's non-native. So for me, everything, if I boil it down to a sentence, this is for me what it is. Story is the revolution. It is what will bring us back to who we are. It will bring us where we need to go faster than anything else. It will not be, I don't care what color underwear the Prime Minister wears. I don't care who our national chief is. It will not be done here. It will be done on the ground with our relatives in our community. That's where the change is. We have to find a way back into our own people's hearts and minds to undo all of the stuff, to unpack the impacts of this last 150 years, to reframe it in an Indigenous lens and just slightly nudge people in a different direction. Because the status quo will kill us. Buying into programs and services without fundamental change in this country will kill us. There's no two ways about it. And the quickest way to nudging people in the right direction is to remember, is to tell stories. And if you look at the word remember, just look at that word. To tell a story is to remember. But when you are remembering, you are rebuilding your community. You are remembering your community. You are bringing community members back into the circle that Manitou Aki Inakanagewin talks about. Manitou Aki Inakanagewin talks about being in good relation to everything always, forever. What goes around comes around. You take care of the water takes care of you. You take care of the land takes care of you. It's our medicines, our animals, our fish, the wild rice, the blueberries, the wike, everything we need to keep us well lives in that relationship in a circle forever. It's never let us down. So why would we as two-legged people think any differently about our way of life? And we have to get our people back to not just thinking that way, believing that. We have to get our people back to believing that. That we have been sustained here since time immemorial. We are not immigrants. What they found over in the Hutsuk Nation, a 14,000-year-old village site, obliterates the Bering Strait theory. It obliterates almost everything people thought they knew. But it supports what Indigenous people have been saying. I mean, I remember being in a chair listening to an elder since time immemorial, and I just roll my eyes. I'm like, this again, oh my God. We get it. But they're right. Since time immemorial, period. No ... period. So the quickest way to reach the hearts and minds of our people is to remember, to remind them that the land holds our stories. It's where our language comes from. It's where the ceremonies live. It's where our hearts go to rest. And connecting our stories back to those places, whether they are urban or not. And I want to acknowledge our former chief from Six Nations. I hear you when you talk, New Credit, when you talk about the way your land is surrounded. I know. And it occurred to me when we were making our movie, Colonization Road, I was looking at Southern Ontario thinking, holy shit, it's gone. But it's still there. Everything's still there. It looks different, maybe sounds a little bit different. But I think of our knowledge systems, our stories, as these little bundles. These little bundles that are on the land, they're just waiting for us to rediscover them, to go pick them up. Right? It's the falls here on Victoria Island. That's a sacred site. But it's in the shadows of this colonial building. It's still a sacred site. Toronto Island is still a sacred site, even if Porter Airlines lands on it every day. It's still a sacred site. Our sacred sites are intact. Our ancestors are still there. And those knowledge bundles are waiting for us. They are. I'll share this one last thing, and I know I've got about 6 minutes. Is that true? 7 minutes? This process, this was in Nipissing First Nation. I was invited by Chief and Council and their fisheries people to go there and to run a project with youth and elders storytelling, because Nipissing First Nations fishery was in a state of collapse. The commercial fishermen have emptied out the lake beside the tourism industry and fishing, beside ice fishing. It's like every day of the year that lake is fished, whether it's frozen or in water form. And the community needed to they needed to cancel all of their community's commercial fishing licenses, and they needed to work with the province to not allow sport fishing, and to figure out a way to bring this lake back to life. But they needed to build their case. And what they wanted to do was to use stories from the land, our project, and our mechanisms that we use to bring youth and elders together to remember what was important about this lake. And through the first couple of days, there was 3 or 4 youth, 3 or 4 elders. Day 2, there's 12 or 15 youth. There's like 10 elders. And every day, we kept getting more and more filled to capacity, because people were like, okay, well, I got a story I remember something. When we first started, everyone in that room go, I don't know. I don't know anything. That's because sometimes we're humble, but sometimes we're full of shit, right? I don't know. What do I know? I don't know anything. But it's not like I'm not expecting you to come in and drop like Nana Bourgeois teachings on everyone, right? Like not everyone has that. But you grew up on this lake. You're 73. You know something about this lake. So where did you grow up? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, over on this island. Oh, what was it called? Did your parents have a name for it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Thunderbird Island. Oh, why was it called? I don't know. It's like something. And then boom, like through just simple conversation on a map, we put indigenous place names on these islands. So here's why you can't fish over here anymore. Okay? Because this is Nimki B'nai Si territory. This is where the Thunderbirds live. This was a place of, this is law. So you can take your boat over to the other side of the lake. So now you're invoking, through storytelling, through simple storytelling, indigenous law and practice. Through this process, we were able to remember what made this lake so special, how land was actually stolen, how a treaty commissioner, an early provincial, I forget what his official title was. Maybe not treaty commissioner. His name Joseph Colburn. He was an Indian agent. He's responsible for most of the land theft up and around Sudbury and North Bay. And a new project emerged from this. The elders made me promise, and here's an offer if anyone wants to partner on this, made me promise to look into Canada's wealthiest Canadians and connect them back to the first Indian agents in this country. Because how do you get wealthy? Land. And it was the elders. They're like, look at his name. Please, even if I die, just look up the name Joseph Colburn. And I was like, okay. Because that's who took their land. And so just by remembering, we were able to take this really beautiful sort of knowledge that nobody knew anything about and fill up this map with stories, place names, to invoke and to remember, to remind the community people their responsibility back to this beautiful body of water. Another short story I'll share comes from the tour, the stories from the land tour. And it was a conversation that I had at an elders' lunch. Now, if you ever want to make things awkward with elders, talk about the church. Not a good look. Even when you're a visitor, even worse idea. But we went through this really amazing process of trying to look at the way traditional Indigenous knowledge was being prevented from being transferred to Indigenous youth. What is the barrier to access for youth? What is it that's wrong here, right? And there was a lot of judgments coming from this set of elders. I'm not going to name the community, it's not important, but there was a lot of judgments being passed down to these youth from these well-intentioned, good-minded, good-hearted people that for one reason or another had started to not like the youth because they didn't come to the church, they didn't contribute, they didn't do this, they don't speak their language, they don't do this, they don't do that. There was just a set of judgments. And I said, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? This is the Catholic Women's Group. Wow. What do we have to do here, you know? And they weren't very happy, and I got the hell out of there right after that. But there was a set of judgments that in bringing the youth together through our process of trying to get them in the same room to talk and work, we were able to peel away. And the question that came out of this that we all agreed we could ask, this question. Who were we the day before the first school opened? And it's a bit of a metaphor because we know how they open sort of sporadically around. But to ask ourselves that question, who were we the day before our children were sent there? And what are we doing to return back to that? That too inspires the work we do. This, I think I've said over and over again through this presentation, we are still here. We're not going away. Our job, our responsibility is to take our stories back and to find a way to do so that makes sense to us. There's no prescriptive system that I'm trying to propose here today. This will have to happen for you in a way that makes sense to you. I'm really proud of some of the community. New Hulk Radio is here. Hello. Yes. We've never met, and I didn't get to say hi at lunch, but I'd love to say hi finally. New Hulk Radio was one of the first radio stations that said, hey, can we play your show? I was like, shit, yeah, go ahead, you know. So everything that is on our website at Indian and Cowboy is licensed through Creative Commons. You are welcome in your radio show, your radio stations, to come and grab anything that's on our website, edit out some of the swears, because there's some swearing, and play what makes sense to you. Have your program directors, your volunteers, go through this material, because we are trying to build, we are trying to contribute to the overall good with what we are doing. New Hulk is one of those radio stations that took one of our shows, Knives and Wild Rice. which was a documentary series that followed Nick Sherman, one of my good friends, a singer-songwriter from Sioux Lookout, living in Thunder Bay, worked for Wawate. We followed him in the making of his new album, and Newhawk said, hey, we want to play that. So we said, sure, go ahead. So they played the series, gave us a slot, and played that and shared it with their community. Nick just went up there and played a festival a couple of weeks ago. So it's this really beautiful synchronicity and support that can happen through the sharing of these resources. It's free to do. You're able to edit those shows how you want, transform them in a way that makes sense to you. But it's all in an effort to say, we're still here. So, in short, I really think that however we move forward from these hearings and from this conference and from the work that has been done over the last handful of months through these series of hearings, I want to encourage two things. I want to encourage the embracing of technology as a pathway forward. Some of this can seem big and foreign and hard and difficult, but most of what we do, we use free tools that are already on the internet, or we use very low-cost tools, and we try to work with communities to take away the barriers to accessing these tools. So for all of our producers and everyone that is on our network, we pay for their websites, we pay for their hosting, we pay for all of those online fees. So our monthly subscribers, we have 185 monthly subscribers. We raise about $2,000 a month through those monthly subscribers. That $2,000 a month goes to paying our hosting fees, all of our online tool fees that we use for our website, pays our audio editor, and pays now a social media person. So we're not quite creating jobs, but we're creating honorariums, which is, we're getting there. If we reach that 5,000 paid members at a Netflix cost per month, though, we will change Indigenous storytelling forever. And that is our goal. And we want to take, as I said, we want to take everyone with us. So we hope you join us. We hope we partner. We hope you steer us in the right direction. We hope you kick our ass when we need it. And I look forward to any questions or comments that might be out here in the audience this afternoon. Miigwech. Thank you.
I want to thank you, Ryan. That was beautiful. Very, very, very informative, and nice to know you guys are out there doing this. I had a couple things to mention. I think the one thing, when you brought up the Cheney Windjack story, Wawate has a cute story for that one. So we were called up and invited by Nan to go cover the show in Toronto at Massey Hall. So of course, I sent the broadcaster with live remote equipment. As the moment that we heard, we thought, well, we're putting it through our network so that everybody where the story comes from can hear it. So all of a sudden, and this was already pre-planned, it was a done deal. By the time the Jewel Spence, who's a very widely known broadcaster in Wawate, showed up in Massey Hall, he was first he was kicked out of Massey Hall because he's a real tall, big niche dude with long hair, and he wears the black leather jacket, and he just, he doesn't conform to Canada's way of dressing, right? So he got kicked out of Massey Hall. I get a phone call from one of the handlers at Massey Hall and said, I heard you just kicked our broadcaster out of the, can you let him back in, please? He's waiting out in the alleyway. They finally let him back in. Then it turned into, we couldn't live broadcast it because it was a copyright issue. And okay, then I started scratching my head going, but that's our story. So that's already a copyright of our, you're appropriating our story to begin with. But okay, whatever, we'll work around it. And I'd argued it, they'd come back to the people, Downey's handlers, and said, okay, we'll play it. Then all of a sudden the phones didn't work. And I thought to myself, this is Toronto we're talking about, right? All your phones are down at Massey Hall, and it just seemed to be one excuse after another. But what they did forget was that Jules had plugged in his micro recorder to the board, so we recorded the whole show anyway. But what we were trying to do was, to me, would have been a special show live from Massey Hall, you know, Wawate production coming to the people. But again, it was like sullied by control and this idea that non-native people know better than us and tell us how we should be and do. And I think our generation is the one where we're saying, you know, it's time to put that aside, man. You know, it's time to put that down and let us walk our path. You know, there's some people that have helped and some people have harmed. So it's just, we're in that place now. And I'm glad that you're here doing this because, you know, I've known of you, but we never met. And then I just, you know, put the correlation together, all the work you've done that I've known of, but, you know, didn't know it was you in behind, man. So kudos coming from the Nan territory and, you know, a fellow brother. Thank you very much, man.
I think, just to speak to the point, I think that, you know, we can be, I wonder how, so like an example, at the height of Idle No More, someone got hit with a truck in Fort Francis at an Idle No More protest. And not run over, but run into. And so we went to the Roundhouse in Nigakusa, Minakaning, and we were having a meeting, and a couple of us were saying, like, okay, you know, when do we stop being nice, and how are we going to respond to this? You know, how are we going to push back? And it was explained to us that, you know, unless you know more than the pipe that signed the treaty, you remain peaceful and you remain calm. And my big question was, well, when do we put down the pipe? You know, because we've remained peaceful and calm, but I don't buy it for a second that 300 years ago, had we been treated this way over and over again, that we would have remained peaceful and calm, that at some point you assert yourself. And it was reiterated by the elders that, in fact, we are to remain peaceful and calm, and they talked all of us sort of younger people down, and I appreciate it, because I learned a couple things, that our expectations of how we push back against these systems need to be measured by us. What makes sense to us, and how are we going to respond to those times where the doors are closed on us, that we don't get the same access like you're speaking about, and how do we determine our level of engagement with these different people, and how do we overcome that? And I don't know the answer to that yet, but what I do know is that if there are more of us asserting ourselves in this way, and less of us willing to co-sign and hold our big white daddy's hand, and I'm not being derogatory here. I'm specifically talking about this idea of needing to play along. The more we assert ourselves, I think the quicker we get to where we want to be, where people will understand, oh no, shit, we actually have to deal with these people in the right way and in an honorable way. So I think much of my work is trying to convince people that we're well within our rights and boundaries to assert ourselves, our own jurisdiction, our own boundaries, as it pertains to our own involvement and engagement. So I encourage you, I grew up with Wawate News in the Friendship Center, that paper I've been reading for, well, I couldn't read when I was 8, but for 33, 32 years. So I encourage you to keep going too. So.
Honey, just a quick comment. So Carolyn King from down at Six Nations New Credit, CKRZ, that Claudine made the question there, or maybe we weren't in here, but she asked the question about, I always tried to understand why. How come they thought they could do this? I asked the same question too, and it's not that I have the answer, but I experienced something, in that how we need to understand them, and that, and I'm born and raised in the church, you know, when I was little. At any rate, we were at the powwow in Toronto or Mississauga Peel region, working well with the county to, region to do things. And we hosted a powwow with the support of the social service director of that whole region. And so she thought she was doing great, supporting the First Nations and, well, the Aboriginal community. And so we went to the powwow, and she brought her mother, who's like maybe 78 type of thing, or more. I'm almost 70, I shouldn't say. Maybe she's older than me. But the drum started in the community there, in the drum circle, and they were just calling the people in. And her mother got so upset, and she was like so fanatic that she said, take me home. And so she had to leave and go away, and then she come back. So after the powwow, she had a debrief, and she called us in to talk about it. And she said, she was like, I don't want to say that I'm embarrassed, but this did happen, that her mother she had to take her away. And so she had to go in and ask why that happened. And it helped me understand some of that mindset. And she said that her mother's a devout Christian, and that she's taught in the doctrine, if there's something stronger than God or the Almighty, that's bad. If it can take over you, and that's what happened to her. The drum took over her. And to her, she got scared. It was so our drum was so powerful that it started to take over her feelings, and therefore, that's bad. Yeah. And so she said it's so visceral in I'll say most of the people that is what we need to understand. Yeah. That when you ask, how did they think they could do that? And why was that okay? But their teachings, their learnings was to drive them to do. Yeah. So I hope, I believe that we're just as strong. Yeah. So if that helps some people understand kind of what they think, when that kind of stuff happens, yeah. When you get the church, we've had the church protest against us for bringing the drum in and doing our powwows and stuff. Yeah. So anyway, just wanted to share that, and thanks for the good work.
Oh, miigwech. That's true. You see it at the powwow. You'll sound the drum, and then poof, just people gravitate to it. People cry the first time they hear it. It is visceral. It's that human connect, because, and we all know it's that it reminds us of where we come from, and that heartbeat. The word in our language for drum is Odewe Gun. Ode, the first three words, Ode means heart. Odewe Gun, the sound something makes, and it speaks to that heartbeat. So it's the most human thing there is. But we want to fight it, and we want to, oh boy, it's no good. Get rid of it. Yeah. Was there any questions? A few of you that are in this room are being shy maybe from lunchtime. Are there questions directly about podcasting that you have? How your radio station might be able to podcast, and what is necessary or what is needed to do that? Are there specific questions around what that is, or are we good on that front?
I guess you've all heard about the little radio station, my glorified intercom that I'm starting up in Rapid Lake. Now, and also that we're not getting a license, and we have no intention of getting a license, and we think it's stupid. But the idea of going online, now that's a different kettle of fish. Yeah. So we can have, and a lot of it will be in the language, so to tell you the truth, because my language skills are negligible, I don't even know what they're saying. Yeah. They could be saying anything. They could be swearing in Indian, who knows? Not that we have swear words, but never mind. So what are we looking at if we go from this little kilometer radius to the World Wide Web, the global village? Yeah. If we're taking our programming and putting it online, do we need to be concerned that someone's going to come along and, try to hurt us?
Yeah, I mean, this is, so up in Wet'suwet'en territory and other protest movements where I've been invited to visit, we've had conversations around like, could we start a protest or a podcast to share information, and would that be a good idea? But the thing you should be aware of is that if, to podcast means to create an MP3 file, so to record something on a recorder. You have that file, you upload it onto a service. I use a service called Libsyn. You sign up for an account, you upload that MP3 file. Libsyn sends that file to iTunes via what is called an RSS feed, Real Simple Syndicate feed. And from there, people subscribe on iTunes. They can use any number of different apps and services online. You can post it directly to Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, other places. But that means anyone can have that file. Anyone can listen. So if you're live at Barrier Lake and you're uploading your podcast once a week to give updates to your community, on the real, CSIS can download your podcast. You'll never know who's downloading your podcast. So I don't know how effective it is for activist communities in that way, but if we're talking about language programming, if we're talking about simple information from the camp, and that's something you want to give to the people, it's certainly a great tool for that. If we're talking strategy and blocking railways, maybe not, but...
Well, it's the same thing with the, they've already done maps around Algonquin place names.
Yeah.
But they, under no circumstances, want to see any of that on the internet. For the simple reason that if they've named something in the language Mineral Lake, they don't want the resource company going, oh, hey.
Yeah.
And let's check that out.
Those are the rules of engagement that we're talking about when we're using technology and storytelling and place names. That we've come across a couple of different situations where, we've decided to turn our microphones off. We've been asked to turn the microphones off, where there were times and places where it wasn't right to record, and all that information needs to be controlled by the communities themselves. Access to that information needs to be controlled by the communities themselves. And the projects that we're doing in that context certainly aren't for everybody, for those reasons. So I think it's a good distinction to make, and a point well taken for sure.
Would you think that all the rules of engagement are community-based?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Even the tools you use. So if you want to create a community archive of stories and place names, it doesn't have to be public. You can still use all of the technology and gear that we use, but it doesn't have to be a forward-facing, public-facing website. It can be a holding place with a login and a password created for the community and controlled by the community. But the problem is, again, is some people in your community might decide to take one of those pieces out and share it. I mean, it can be, there's ways to encrypt information that makes it not shareable to keep it on the website, but anything online you have to assume will take another form eventually in one way or another. So there is an inherent danger, if you will, to publishing online. We've had this Stories from the Land when we were in Thunderchild. We heard the story of Chief Thunderchild, and this epic story. This was right around the time The Revenant came out with DiCaprio. So we heard this epic story of Chief Thunderchild as he goes on a peace mission, asking for peace with the Métis, the Lakota, the Anishinaabe. And he goes out on his own, much to the chagrin of his community. He's a great war chief and thinker and philosopher. And they say, no, we have to send people with you. He said, I'll go by myself. And he goes, and he survives this winter storm, and he tricks the Métis and turns them around, and now he's facing the Lakota, and he hides under this buffalo robe, and he finds this stash of meat, and he's starving, and he's hungry, and he wants to eat it. But he has integrity, and it's not his meat. And so he has this dream, and he's fighting himself in this dream about eating this meat. And the next day he goes out and the Métis call a truce, and they need peace with the Lakota as well. So now the Métis and Thunderchild are together, and they find another buffalo stash, and the Métis eat it, and they go insane. They go insane, and they turn on Thunderchild, and then Thunderchild tricks the Lakota, and the Métis die. Sorry, Métis people, if you're in the room, the Métis die, and Thunderchild escapes, and forever there's peace because of this agreement they've made. Now, a guy at the gas bar, when I was getting gas, told me this. He's like, hey, you even know where you are? I was like, yeah, Thunderchild. He's like, no, come here, I want to tell you something. And he bought me a Coke, and he sat me down, and he told me this story. And I had just watched The Revenant, and I was like, why the hell isn't that a movie? This is an epic, I would watch that movie. This is an Oscar award-winning film. But to him, this was just a story everyone knew in the community. So I brought it up to the organizer that brought us over there, and he's like, yeah, we don't really want, it can't be a movie. We don't really want, that's our story, right? But my, colonizer mind is just like, give me the story, I'll write the script, So our stories are so impressive and so incredible that the impulse is to go, give it away, share it, write it, record it, shoot it. But you have to be very slow and calculated, because even had we recorded that story as an episode of Stories from the Land for our podcast, for our audio show, that ends up on iTunes. Any producer from Hollywood who listens to podcasts just scrapes the internet for stories. That's all they do, and there's teams paid millions of dollars to just scrape the internet for stories. They find Thunderchild, they change it to Thunder Bear, or whatever the hell they do, and that story is someone else's now. So there is a danger to publishing online. Lawyers, I'd love to talk to you, because we do have to figure it out. Yeah. Awesome.
Well,
no, I was just going to say thanks if that was it.
Okay. Well, it's 3:52, to be exact. But we can keep it going. We've got Mary Lou and Dan Smoke. We'll give them 15 minutes just to set up for the closing. But still, we have a little bit of time if there's more questions or any more comments. Yeah? Okay. So we'll take a break, and then we'll come back for the closing. Thank you again, Ryan. Do you want to say more? Do you say a last little thing, or no? Okay. All right.
so we've asked our brother Brian to take the sponge around to everybody. So most of you are familiar, I take it, with a purification ceremony, smudge ceremony. So he'll take it around to you. So for however you do it, it's freedom of choice, however you do it. He'll bring it to you, and then you can smudge yourself, purify yourself. But this is our way of letting go of any stress, any worry, any anxiety, anything negative, that you may have encountered. I don't know if there was much of that driving here, for those of you who drive. You may have encountered some of that. But in any case, this will take care of that. Okay, this purification ceremony. Oh, I'm sorry. Kathy? Oh, okay.
Maybe I'll stand over there so people can see you. It's my great pleasure to be able to introduce to you today Dan and I've known Dan and Mary Lou since 1991 when I began a master's program at the University of Western Ontario, and I became a volunteer for Smoke Signals Radio. Dan and Mary Lou saved my life. We met at a time when we were all cleaning up and shared a lot of journeys together. And throughout the years, we have maintained a strong friendship. Dan and Mary Lou have helped me raise my daughter, Seraphine Crow, and we have pursued our dedication to radio over this time. Dan Asanyanas is a member of the Seneca Nation of the Iroquois Confederacy. He grew up on the Six Nations Reserve in Grand River Territory near Onondaga, where his family maintained the Pauline Johnson homestead. His affiliation is with the Killdeer clan. He is a lifetime member of the Onondaga Longhouse and continues to attend ceremonies there. Many of his family members and his parents' generation attended the Mush Hall, which is the local residential school at Six Nations. He is intimately familiar with the devastating effects that multiple generations of forced school attendance had within his family and beyond. Mary Lou is a member of the Ojibwe Nation from Botswana Bay. She's a writer, a beautiful singer, a guitarist, a traditional drummer, and a teacher who willingly volunteers and shares her talents with the community at large. Mary Lou has performed internationally in Germany and Holland, and nationally in Canada for the 1976 Olympics, as well as locally at the Grand Theatre in London, in Ontario Place, and in Toronto. She also performs at traditional powwows and Indigenous music festivals. Mary Lou is the founding member of a local women's drumming group, which apparently is no longer together, the Ogijidawa Kwe singers, and she continues to sing now with Dan. She has contributed to the healing and wellness movement of both Native and non-Native women, and to a greater understanding between women of many faiths. Dan and Mary Lou are an exceptional couple who, in addition to serving as adjunct professors in Native Studies at Western University, have for many years fostered and advanced racial harmony and the elimination of discrimination in the community at large. It has been through their efforts of sharing knowledge of First Nations faith, history, and culture that they have greatly enhanced cross-cultural understanding, healing, and in helping to improve the climate of race relations in London and beyond. Since 1991, Dan and Mary Lou have been the hosts of what I think is the longest running First Nations radio program in Canada. We had this debate last night. We were talking to Brian Wright McLeod, whose program ran for 26 years. Dan and Mary Lou, I think, now run the record at 27 years. This program is Smoke Signals on CHRW 94.9 FM in Radio Western at the University of Western Ontario. This is a radio news magazine program that bridges the gap of understanding between Native and non-Native worldviews. There are also commentators on the local London TV station, CTV, which is owned by the CTV Bell Globe Media family, and they reach an audience of 8 million viewers. Among his many so I have quite a bit of information on the many awards they have won over the years. Dan mentioned this in his talk, of the many awards they win at the radio station consistently year after year. And finally, I would like to wish Dan and Mary Lou a happy 40th anniversary, because not only are they models for the Native community, they are models on how to be married, and we could all take lessons from them, especially me after 3 failed marriages. Anywho, without further ado, I leave the stage to Dan and Mary Lou.
Miigwech Kathy, that was very beautiful, some of the things she said, but we've always loved Kathy. She's been our friend, even though she lives far away now, we're still in contact all the time. And she helps us sometimes if we need to have an editorial, some editing done on some of our work, or Dan will call up and say, what do you think about this? You know, and so Kathy's always, you know, putting in her 2 cents and giving us her opinion or helping us in some way. So you know, extended family is very important. And our people used to raise our children in extended families. When we had our little reservations, or you know, our little settlements like 600 years ago, the uncles and aunties would take care of the children. If they saw that one of the children was gifted with singing, then they would put that child with the singers when the ceremonies were happening. Or if, you know, one of the boys seemed like he was going to be a good shot, then they'd put them with the hunters, you know. And so the only job of the parents was to love the child, and the rest of the community would come in and teach the child everything else. But now we have these families where they're just themselves. They, you know, they don't have any outside contacts, or they don't. What do you call that? Extended family. No, when you don't have an extended family. Nuclear. Oh, the nuclear family. Yeah. So I'm hoping that, like, over the last 50 years that I've been participating, helping to share my culture, I have learned so much about the community way of life that I hope that people can learn it again. When we do our ceremonies and we go fasting, we go up to this place called Thunder Mountain, and everybody chips in and everybody works. You know, we all have our jobs to do. Nobody's more important than the next person. Even the one who runs the sweat lodge is no more important than anybody else. You know, he has a job, and we all pitch in, and that's how the community should be, you know. But unfortunately, we've been thrust into a society where we have to pay for our food instead of letting us going hunting, you know. But I don't know how many people want to go back to hunting either. So anyway, you know, if you get an opportunity to go to ceremonies, go, because it will change your life. When you start to feel the prayers and the songs in the ceremonies, you'll have that connection, and your heart will tell you, as it told me, you know, this is where I'm supposed to be. And when we went to ceremonies for 7 years straight, every Sunday, sometimes we go twice a week, or sometimes 3 times a week. We go to Guelph, outside of Guelph, where Vern Harper has his sweat lodge. And, you know, we would spend the whole day there with all the people, and we got so close to them. And, you know, they were just like our brothers and sisters. And my sister passed away in Toronto, and all the sweat lodge people came out. You know, my immediate family was there, and the sweat lodge people. So, you know, like, they mean a lot. But there's so much that we people here have to do for the next generations to come. And one of the most important things is that we need to protect the water for our children and the next 7 generations. And I don't see too many people doing that. I see a lot of pollution. I see a lot of chemicals being dumped in our water, paint. You know, there's some places where water was teeming with fish, and there's no fish there now because of the poison in the water. So this is, you may have thought it was the end of the day, but I'm going to give you an assignment, okay? I'm going to teach you a song called the Water Song, and your job is to take this song back to your community and teach a youth about this song and tell them about the importance of the water. Now, I know you might not remember this song by the time you get home, but that's okay, because if you can go to YouTube and you can key in my name, Mary Lou Smoke, the song will come up. I'm singing it at Harborfront a few years back. So this is the Water Song. It's really simple. I know when I heard it, it got in my head right away, and it was just going around in my head, and then all of a sudden my heart got it, and then I said to my friend, you got to teach me that song. So I learned that song. But you know, I know about our teachings, and I know like we women are in charge of the water. That's like when we have a ceremony, the women take the water around and they pass it on to the people, and the men take care of the fire, and that's why Ryan took the shell around with a smudge, because the men take care of the fire. So we have our teachings, and before the people came over from Europe, we had gender equality, and the women were held very high in esteem, and they were the ones who directed what had to be done. I've seen it in my home growing up with my mom. My mom wasn't a tyrant, and she never, ordered us to do things, but she would always say, well, okay, this has to get done, and so I think, Mary Lou, I think you'd be good to do this, and Debbie, you should go over there and do that. And so that's how our family was run, and that's how it was like 500 years ago. So our women are starting to take back that power. And so I think they're getting this all because of the teachings. In 1971, I went to Morley, Alberta. I was 17, and it was the first time that the non-Native clergy was gathering with the Native people, so the Native people could see, the non-Native people could see their medicines and their bundles and their pipes. And so that's when the ceremony started coming back and the teaching started coming back. So it hasn't been that long, really, but there's a lot of work to be done so other people can get those teachings and learn them and live them. So the water song is going to help you, because when you sing this water song, you're going to think about, we need to keep that water pure, and we got to teach the children about the teachings, okay? All right. Wichita, do ya, Wichita, do ya, hey. Wichita, do ya, Wichita, do ya, hey. Hey, Achanea, hey, 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 Achanea, hey, hey. Hey, Achanea, hey, 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 Achanea, hey, hey. Now that was pretty good. And I see some of you are singing already. So there's a little crowd in the back. I'm not going to say which side, but you got to pick up your socks, guys. Wichita, do ya, Wichita, do ya, hey. Wichita, do ya, Wichita, do ya, hey. Hey, Achanea, hey, 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 Achanea, hey, hey. Hey, Achanea, hey, 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 Achanea, hey, hey. That was a little bit better. I think we're getting pretty good, But we call this land Turtle Island, and I see some people aren't singing. So if by the time we're done this song, they're not singing, we may have to take a vote and kick them off the island. So please try and sing. I hate to see you go. This is the third verse. I'm going to lip sing it, and Dan's going to sing it, and I'm going to come around and see who is and who isn't singing. Okay?
Wichita, do
That was pretty good. We could practice and go on the road. Okay, we're going to sing this last verse just like our life depends upon water, okay? Wichita, do ya, do ya, do ya. Wichita, do ya, do ya, hey. Wichita, do ya, do ya, do ya. Wichita, do ya, do ya, hey. Hey, Achinaya, hey, 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 Achinaya, hey, hey. Hey, Achinaya, hey, 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 Achinaya, hey, hey. Whoa, Matakawasan. Now I'll turn it over to my husband, Dan.
Yahweh, Chimigwetch Mary Lou for that beautiful song, the water song. It's a powerful medicine, a powerful Hanokwa. So I'd just like to share with you our Thanksgiving. I'll do a shortened Reader's Digest version of the Thanksgiving, but it's the words that normally we would say before all other words, and usually it's said at the beginning, but today we're going to say them at the end. So, Yahweh, sa guandizo, sanillo esquatahas, kit continua guahase, jawise dodaqua, oskada nagohas, o ida hanahas. Grandfather, grandmother, hear our sacred thoughts, hear our sacred prayers, as we bring our good intentions into this Alex Trebek forum here, lecture room, here at the University of Ottawa, here in the city of Ottawa, here on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquian people. We bring our good minds, we bring our good hearts to bear. We acknowledge this beautiful Wanislio, this beautiful day that we've been blessed with. We acknowledge the water, as Mary Lou referenced. The water, every form of life in creation depends on that water to survive. And that water is a feminine, sacred element of life. So we want to acknowledge, we begin with the water, and we want to acknowledge that the water is still following her sacred instructions. Grandfather, grandmother, so be it in our minds. So we acknowledge all the life that lives in the water, all the life that lives on the water. We also want to acknowledge our Mother Earth. Our Mother Earth is that other feminine sacred element of life that all creation needs in order to survive. And we want to acknowledge the crawlers, the four-legged beings, the two-legged beings, us human beings, the plant beings, the medicines, the rocks, the minerals, the trees, all the life that lives in the trees, and all the life that lives on the trees. For they are an interconnected, interdependent, related life support system that continues to take care of our Mother the Earth. And our Mother the Earth is still following her sacred instructions, grandfather, grandmother, so be it in our minds. We want to acknowledge our Father Sky. Our Father Sky represents the air. And our Father Sky continues to breathe life into all creation, for nothing would survive without the air. And our Father Sky continues to this day to follow his sacred instructions. Grandfather, grandmother, so be it in our minds. We want to also acknowledge our eldest brother, the sun, who's still showing his face upon us. He provides us with heat. He provides us with light. Every day he begins his journey from the eastern door. He travels across the sky to the western door. And as he does, he provides us with that heat and that light which all creation needs in order to survive. So our eldest brother, the sun, represents fire. And inside of every form of life, there exists a sacred fire that burns within. And wherever that sacred fire burns within, we are related to it. So we are related to everything. So in our language, we say, Matakyawasan, Kanikana. We want to acknowledge that we are related to all creation. And we acknowledge that our eldest brother, the sun, reminds us as he continues to follow his sacred instructions. Grandfather, grandmother, so be it in our minds. We also want to acknowledge our grandmother Moon. For the organizers of this conference, I just want to compliment you that you timed this conference to fall after the arrival of the strawberry, the old Damon Geese's, the strawberry grandmother Moon, which she began showing her face last Thursday. And so for those of you who were out at nighttime and you got to see our grandmother Moon, she was just beautiful up there in the sky. I know we were watching her and we're just feeling the breadth of her medicine. The grandmother full moon is still following her sacred instructions. She continues to look after all female life, and she continues to take care of the water by bringing the water up from the depths up to the surface, and the water from the surface goes down to the depths. So that water is being recycled. That water is being purified. So she continues to take care of the water. Grandfather, grandmother, so be it in our minds. We also want to acknowledge our relatives, the stars. Our star relatives remind us when it is time for us to conduct our ceremonies of Thanksgiving. And right now in our longhouses, in our lodges, in our roundhouses, there will be ceremonies for the strawberry, because the strawberry, which is shaped much like our human heart, so we call it the heartberry. That strawberry is still following its sacred instructions. So we acknowledge that it is the first fruit to come from our mother, the earth. And it's that heartberry, it's a medicine for our mind, body, and spirit, continuing to follow her, its sacred responsibilities, sacred medicine, grandfather. So be it in our minds. We also want to acknowledge the thunderers, the thunder beings who are here to wake up, shake up creation, who are here to ensure that this next cycle of creation is on rhythm. And right now, the thunder beings are around us today. And it is their responsibility to bring the purifying rains that purifies our mother, the earth, and gives her a drink for the harvest, so that we have a good harvest and we have a good hunt. So we acknowledge, grandfather, grandmother, that the thunder beings are still following their sacred instructions, grandfather, grandmother. So be it in our minds. We also want to acknowledge the four protectors, those four celestial beings who look after all spiritual matters. We are all helped by spirit helpers. And those spirit helpers are connected to those four protectors who serve the Creator. And so we acknowledge, grandfather, grandmother, that the four protectors are still following their sacred instructions and helping each and every one of us as we work with our own spirit helpers, and we acknowledge that we are doing and serving the work of the Creator in this grand design of life. So in the spirit of our ancestors, we say, Miigwech, Nyahweh, all my relations, Daneto, Hai Hai. And I think, Mary Lou, you like this one prayer. Do you want to do that one? Okay, we like doing this one prayer together. Mary Lou she talks about gender equity, but really, she's the one who lays down the law.
Watch it. Talk to you later. Okay. O great Spirit, whose voice I hear in the winds, and whose breath gives life to all the world, hear me, I come before you, one of your children. I am small and weak. I need your strength and wisdom. Let me walk in beauty, and make my eyes ever behold the red and purple sunset. Make my hands respect the things you have said. My ears sharp to hear your voice. Make me wise that I may know the things you have taught my people, the lessons you have hidden in never-leaving rock. I seek strength not to be superior to my brothers and sisters, but to be able to fight my greatest enemy, myself. Make me ever ready to come to you with clean hands and straight eyes, so that when life fades as a fading sunset, my spirit may come to you without shame. Homa takwasa. Bama pi. Daneto.
Miigwech, Nyaweh, Tapwe, Masicho, Haishwasiam, Willalan, Anisha.
Toot Fini.
Toot Fini. Hi, hi.
We're getting angry at each other already. That didn't help. We need to pray more.
Group photo.